you. Merry Christmas to you.
Please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. District 1, Councilman Rios.
Present.
District 2, Councilman Pastor.
Present.
District 3, Councilman Leatham. District 3, Councilman Leatham.
Present. He said.
District 4, Vice Mayor Stapleton.
Here.
District 5, Councilwoman Giles.
Here.
District 6, Councilman Shipley.
Here.
Mayor Gameros.
Here.
Have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Shelley. Please join me in prayer. Lord, we ask for a special blessing on our meeting tonight. Give us the wisdom and the knowledge as we discuss and make decisions for our city. We ask that you bless and protect all of our city employees and all the residents of our community. Bring healing to those who are sick from the dreaded disease of COVID-19. Bring peace to those who have died and comfort to their families. We pray for an end to this virus. May we have patience, respect for each other during these difficult times. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen.
Amen.
Charlene, can you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So our first order of business is administration of oath of office to newly elected council members. It'll be Mayor Gameros, District 1, Freddy Rios, District 2, Mike Pastor, and District 5, Councilwoman Charlene Giles.
I think we start
District
with
1 or however.
Mayor, we would start with you.
Okay. We got one. Well, I brought mine. My wife has mine.
Okay. She has the oath? Oh, Shelley, do you have an oath here? Let me see. Is it out of the state statutes?
It's not formalized in Arizona laws.
Is it out of our code? Shelley, is our oath in the code book? Yes?
No, it isn't. Let me see if I can, email it to you.
Okay, email to Danny so
Sorry.
he can print a copy. No, she can get it real quick. So, but I think if we want to find a comfortable place up front here.
And we got room up there.
Yeah. And Danny, can you check? I think I cannot print from here. Okay.
I brought a Dr. Seuss book for me.
Never mind. That's the other thing. That's funny. Who's it gonna go to?
It's going to go to Danny, then he's going to print it to the printer, and I'll run and grab it as soon as I hear that he has it. And I apologize for, it's been a hectic day for a hectic week, for a hectic month, for a hectic pandemic.
You could just make it up as you go along, Judge, and we'll all agree.
Yeah, I think somebody might end up married rather than sworn in.
Have it memorized. Right. Could start with summary of current events. If it's
You
gonna
want
be
to
a
do,
while.
yeah, let's do that.
Council and Charlene, you want to start?
Actually, I just have a couple things. It's Mike Stapleton's birthday. Happy birthday. It's his 29th birthday, so happy 29th birthday to Mike Stapleton. And on the 12th, there's going to be another Shop Local downtown and our local businesses, not just downtown. There'll be another event again on the 12th, and it'll be from 5 to 9. The last one went really well. I was really impressed at the people in the shops, and the restaurants were busy too, so it was nice to see that, nice to see folks walking up and down the street. And then I would just like to thank all the businesses that are here, even the ones that aren't represented, because we all know each other, we all talk to each other. Just because, you know, you have a business, and 6 of your neighbors have talked to you, they're expecting you to speak for them, or you to, you know, and that's how we do in a small town. And so I just thank everybody that came and cares enough to be here and deliberate this issue.
Jesse?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to congratulate my colleagues that were reelected and elected to their office for a second term or first term, and I think it's great that you guys are back again to serve the city of Globe. So, and just reiterate what Councilwoman Giles said is, thank you all for showing up and coming out. So that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Fernando, you got anything?
No, just I thought the town
Oh,
hall was great. I thought we had a good turnout, and I think we learned a lot from each other. So I'm just glad it happened, and I'm glad we waited. So looking forward to that discussion, and I also congratulate all our council members being sworn in tonight. So, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Mike?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a statement to make. It's just something I've been thinking about lately. As you all remember, back on November 10th City Council meeting, we had a presentation by the Code Enforcement Officer, Michelle Yurkovich. And during that presentation, I kind of lost my composure and got a little testy with her, and I want to let her know that I really regret that behavior after discussion with the city manager and information from our HR representative about ethics and decorum. I want to let everybody know, the staff also, that I regretted the way I behaved, and it will not, I will guarantee you it won't happen again. I've been in this business a long, long time, and after that last meeting, I went home and decompressed, and I realized that I was out of character and got a little carried away, and for that, I'm very regretful for that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mike. Freddy?
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like to thank all the participants that went to the town hall meeting to discuss their concerns, the business concerns, and it gave this council a broader view and perception of what the business community is feeling. Not that we haven't, at least myself, not that I haven't thought about that, but I just truly hope that, as a community, we can manage to come together and find some sort of support for each other, and understand that this council does have the community's best interest in mind. I can say that, and also I'd just like to say, you all understand that we're going through a surge with COVID. I just wish all of you the best, safest health with you and your families and your loved ones. And I hope we can all get through this. It seems like there's a light at the end of the tunnel, but we still have to grind through the next few months. So my best to all of you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Freddie. Did you have the oath now? You want to do it and then we'll come back?
That's fine.
You good with that, Mike?
Yep.
Maintain a 6-foot lead, or would you like to maintain a 7-foot lead? Honorable Mayor, Honorable Council, it's my pleasure to be here this evening. Ladies and gentlemen of the community. Mayor, if I could ask you to raise your right hand, please. Place your left hand on the Bible and repeat after me. I state your full name.
Giles Gameros,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support
that I will support
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
and laws of the state of Arizona,
and laws of the state of Arizona,
that I will bear true faith
and I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same,
and allegiance to the same,
and defend them
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of mayor according to the best of my ability. So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Will you please stand?
Anybody take pictures?
Oh.
There, other side.
Yeah. So you're gonna have to swap out here. Be good.
Yeah.
Should have had a dress rehearsal.
Yeah.
All right, we get in.
Councilman Giles. Good evening.
Good evening.
Congratulations. This. Put your left hand on your right and repeat after me, please. I state your full name.
Charlene, Giles,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support
that I will support
the Constitution
the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
and laws
and laws
of the state of Arizona,
of the state of Arizona,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the same,
to the same,
and defend them
and defend them
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
And your best outside voices.
The best outside voices?
Yes.
Nice and loud. Would you like to place your left hand on the Bible, please, and raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I state your full name.
Freddy Rios,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support
that I will support
the Constitution
the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
and laws
and laws
of the state of Arizona,
of the state of Arizona,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the same,
to the same,
and defend them against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of council member according to the best of my ability, so help me God. Thank you. Yeah, did we not do this not that long ago?
Just about a year ago, Judge.
If you want to turn your mic on, you're okay.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
You would place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand, please, and repeat after me.
I,
State your full name.
Michael Anthony Pastor,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support
that I will support
the Constitution
the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
and laws
and laws
of the state of Arizona,
of the state of Arizona,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the same,
to the same,
and defend them
and defend them
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
and that I will faithfully
and that I will faithfully
and
impartially
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of council member
of council member
according to the best
according to the best
of my ability,
of my abilities,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, thank you.
Mike, you want to go ahead and go with your summary?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, well,
I only have a couple things. First of all, it was brought to my attention that I was not wearing a mask during the town hall that I threw. Shame on me. I'm supposed to set an example, so I apologize for my behavior, if you want to call it behavior. But I have no excuse, and will do better to set a better example in the future. So thank you. And then I too would like to congratulate Mayor Gameros and all the council members that got reelected. It's been a pleasure working with you guys, and I look forward to working with you more. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Mike. I also want to congratulate all the council members for reelection and swearing in. Thank you to the business community for being here and for being at the town hall meeting in the last couple of weeks. We learned a lot. Well, we knew a lot, but we learned more. This is a tough time for all of us. I just want to give a COVID update. I continue to give those on a weekly basis. We're seeing the worst parts since it started back in July. Today, Arizona recorded 12,314 positive cases. That's the most it's been since it started, and that's in 24 hours. And since the average for this month is at 5,127 cases a day in Arizona. Gila County has 3,365 cases. They're recording 75 positive cases in every 24 hours for the month of December. That's an average. Globe Miami community has 117 cases since December 1st. We're averaging 15 positive cases every day, and 15 cases every day. Hospitalizations now in Arizona have exceeded 3,000, and bed capacity is down to 10%. We have people sick and dying out there, and we need to just be cautious, continue to follow the guidelines so we can bring this under control and keep our businesses open. Just a quick summary on the executive summary that Governor Ducey sent out last week on vaccines. He guaranteed that all Arizonans will receive the vaccine with no financial barriers. He's putting $60 million to hospital to hire staffing. There's $1.2 million to restaurants. It's called the Safest Outside Restaurant Assistant Program, and you can apply for up to $10,000 for things like outside furniture, barriers, patio heaters, and covers. And with that, he has requested, or has put in the order, that a lot of the bureaucracy is decreased in order to make it easier for the process to open up and extend, or to extend your premises. That application opened today, or yesterday, I'm sorry, on the 7th, and it's on a first come, first served basis. So I would look up at the site in the governor's office and make sure that it's there. I know that Linda's been working today to get it on our website, the city website, so you can follow the prompts and get to where you need to be. The other thing that was set in order is events greater than 50 people need a mitigation plan and approval from the local jurisdictions, meaning either cities, towns, or county. That has always been in place here in the city. We've always looked at events greater than 50. The big difference now is that any events greater than 50 have to be registered in the state website. So it's a responsibility of our city to register an event. It has to have access to the public. And the Arizona Office of Tourism is offering $100,000, and this helps hotels and restaurants for sanitation mitigation. And again, we're still under the old executive orders from July for restaurants, bars, and gyms. Make sure we're complying so we don't get ourselves into any type of trouble and then the state comes in and shuts you down. Just a note for the Food Bank and Salvation Army, they're helping a lot of people in our community. Don't forget to contribute to those two organizations. The Salvation Army is having a hard time getting people to ring kettlebells this year because of COVID, so they're going to be short money to provide the needy families for this Christmas. So don't forget about the local food bank and the Salvation Army. Thank you. Paul?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you. The only thing I really want to say is the city staff has been doing a wonderful job of staying on guard. They've not let their guard down. This has been a really bad week. Last week was worse, but it's not being multiplied within the departments because our staff is following the CDC guidelines. They're staying strong with the mask separations. That's out there, but it's not moving laterally through the organization. I think I'd be proud of every member of staff and people who come in contact with the city that they're doing the best to stay safe. And we're letting them know that. So anyways, Mr. Mayor, members of council, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. So we go to first community call to the public. And again, this is a time anybody wishing to speak can fill out a speak card. You have a 3-minute limit and you can address the council as a whole, and the council at this time cannot respond to you on community call. I do have some speak cards, but these are for the agenda, and in that manner we can respond to you. So is anybody filling out any cards for community call? Okay, so we'll move on. We'll go to guest presentations. We have item A is 2020 Census Thank You Campaign Presentation by Tammy Paris, Census Bureau.
As you know, or I hope you know, this was the first nationwide census that was available online. And wow, did America really love that option? I was one of those. And we are happy to say that we didn't have 1 second of downtime in our internet self-response tool. That's an incredible accomplishment by the Bureau, and America has proven that, again, it is the preferred method of response. We also did not have any data breaches, and the average response time was a short 9 minutes. As I mentioned, the internet was the preferred at a very high percentage of 79.86. People could still respond by mail if they so chose to do so. Much of Gila County, City of Globe would have got their mailers as an option, the paper copies. So 18.3% of America chose that, and very few chose the phone, even though we predicted that that would be higher than a mere 1.85%. So it looks like the internet is the wave of the future, as we all know. Next, please. So what about those households that didn't choose to self-respond? I'm here to tell you that we followed up. Despite the COVID challenges that were thrown our way as well, we did follow up with every household address in the master address file here in the City of Globe. The area census office that handled this particular geography was out of Flagstaff, but they hired locally to make sure that we would have citizens of Globe knocking on doors who had not responded. 33% of our workload for the census was non-response, follow-up door-to-door. It is important to note, and this generally generates some questions. As of October 16th, the day after we ended our data collection, 24.1% of our NRFU non-response follow-up was done by proxy. That means not everyone answered the door for us. Again, it's expected, and it's something that we're accustomed to. So we got the information regarding how many people lived in those households via a proxy. Could have been a neighbor, could have been a church, could have been the fire department, but that's common that we use that type of response to get a total number of people counted. And then we also use high quality administrative records to do the matching to ensure that we get the complete and accurate data as possible. Next slide, please. So you're probably wondering, well, what about people who do not live in regular household units? We have several special operations that we count people who may live in a group type situation, could be an assisted living, could be a hospital, it could be a prison type environment, but just this slide basically shows you that the Census Bureau still does its homework throughout the 10-year time frame when the decennial is not going on to make sure that we are going to capture anyone in a non-residential type setting. So that blue bar just indicates how many we counted here in 2020. And we also counted the homeless through service-based enumeration in concert with the facilities that offer homeless services. Took a lot of people on the ground in the region. This is the 12-state Denver region. A lot of partnership specialists, area census offices, and enumerators going door to door. But the City of Globe had a complete count committee. You were invested from day one, and you really helped us market the importance as a trusted voice. And we want to again say thank you for that. So you were part of that number you see there on the screen of 1,261 complete count committees throughout the region. So thank you. Next, please. So where did the state of Arizona finish in self-response? Again, people who chose to respond on their own and not having to go door to door. We finished at 32 in all of the states. That's not surprising. That is pretty typical of Arizona. We are a border state. Self-response does not come as easily, particularly in a political year or a presidential campaign year. So we do see when the decennial collides with a presidential election that those numbers will fluctuate. But 64.1% of Arizona still chose to respond on their own, which is great. Next slide, please. Here's how Gila County finished. 42.4% of all household addresses in Gila County chose to respond on their own, a little different than that of 2010. We do measure self-response a little differently in 2010 than 2020, so it's not an apples to apples comparison, so don't get weighed down by any of these numbers. But you don't want to know necessarily what happened at the county, you want to know what happened right here in Globe, and the next slide will show us that. It is time to pat yourself on the back. 56.3% of the household addresses in City of Globe chose to respond on their own. And we made up for the other 43.7%, again, by going door to door. So I want to say congratulations on that remarkable self-response percentage. It's incredible. Next, please. Okay, so we're waiting, right? What happens next? So we're all eagerly awaiting the outcome of the population counts. What comes first is the state population counts. If you're following Census Bureau news, you will see that we have issued a press release. The altitude is a lot higher here. Talk about a breath. Let me breathe for a second. I think it's like 4,800 feet, right? So the state population counts, it is the Census Bureau's legal obligation to produce the counts to the president. Notice I said counts. We do not give demographic data to the president by household, rather just the counts. And we are trying to get as close to the statutory deadline of December 31st, 2020 as possible. You're waiting on what my local numbers look like, and that won't yet be available until about the spring of 2021. And I will do my best to keep you updated as the exact release dates for the redistricting local level information that is scheduled to come next year into 2021. Post-enumeration survey, just want to let you know for every single census survey that happens, we do a quality check on our work. So the post-enumeration survey is happening right now. We have people actually measuring the over and under count of the decennial census. Every single operation requires that. In addition to that, the Census Bureau, for the first time in history, will publish a quality metrics. So we have hired not only our regular post-enumeration staff that are Census Bureau staff, but independent analysts to measure the quality of our work in this decennial. I want everyone to know that Census Bureau is on the ground every month of every year. So if you, as a citizen, council members, mayor, you get a knock on your door, the Census Bureau could very well be there for another type of survey. We are the gold standard for data, and we're always collecting information to produce statistics for cities, towns, counties, and small businesses for them to use. In fact, we even did a pulse survey, which measures the effect of COVID on our communities. So you may be interested in looking at the pulse survey results as we have them now. But if you're ever wondering if you're in a census survey, you can go on the Census Bureau website, am I in a survey? And it will tell you if your house has been selected. So that will give you some assurance. Usually the police department is one of the first to get the call, like this doesn't seem right that the Census Bureau's here, but we're always on the ground. Next, please. Okay, so I said we have population counts coming at the end of the year and redistricting numbers coming next year. But what if you want to do some self-study now? The Census Bureau does have a data dissemination program and team available to the city if they desire to host a data dissemination workshop just to be ready for the numbers. Or you can do some self-study through like Data University, and that's what this information here on the slide is showing you. So you can request training at any time. And again, I'm here to say thank you. A very humble thank you from the U.S. Census Bureau that the mighty city of Globe marketed the census in a beautiful way, and its citizens answered the call of really how important the decennial is to the community. So with that, that's the end of my presentation. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, any questions that I can answer for you?
Tammy, I want to personally thank you for all your assistance and the information and your group did. I have to give the thank to one of our employees within the city, Michelle Yarkovich, who actually took on the additional responsibility of going out and really pushing the census in very, very unique ways. She and I were part of the Complete Count Committee here in Gila County, so I want to thank Gila County, also the Board of Supervisors and them for putting that together, that committee together to help us through this process. So we're glad that we did well with it, and we hope the numbers in our population are higher than 10 years ago.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Mayor.
Charlene, go ahead.
I have one comment too about that. So there, all summer long, it wasn't Michelle every time, but people set up at the farmer's market all summer long, and it was hot, and it was not pleasant to be there, but they were there, and they talked to people, and they engaged people, and they asked people, hey, if you haven't, we'll help you right now. So I think that made a big difference too.
Thank you. James Hodges, one of my staff members, was there week in, week out, and your community members too helped really pull on the rope and make a big difference.
Yeah, they did. There wasn't just ever one person sitting there. Was two or three, would sit together and engage with folks, and I think that really helped.
Wonderful. Thank you, ma'am.
Ready?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just kind of want to echo the same things that you've just heard. I appreciate you and your staff and the dedication that you put into the census. I also want to give kudos to Mayor Gameros. I remember when this first started, Mayor was very passionate about it. He kept driving it. And again, he built a team. Michelle Yurkovich was one of those team members, and obviously we're hearing of others. But you could tell that Mayor was adamant that this meant a lot for the city, and it does. It's cash to the city, from the government, I think it's important, that we understand this, because the next time we're going to talk about this is in 10 years. And so think about where you're at 10 years from now. And, what the push is about. It's about funding for the next 10 years. And so, Mayor, I want to thank you for your dedication and your drive and your push in building this, the team within the city. And thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Freddie. And just a note, thank you to the citizens that stepped up too, though. And it's important because this is talking about state shared revenues. And that's what population count is. That brings more state shared revenues into our city. So if we can exceed what our population was last year by 100 or 1,000, that's bringing more money that we're able to spend in our community. So thank you.
Mayor, I do have a hard copy of the certificate. May I approach and just take a picture? I don't know if y'all want to get too close together. I certainly respect any and all COVID protocol. I can set it there in the middle to take a photo, but it's just a memento for us, certainly for you, really to show our appreciation.
Want to stand in the front with it, and we'll stand behind.
I don't need to be in the picture. I can just take the picture.
You want all of us up there?
Thank you so much. This certificate will never show really how much work the city put in. You know what you did to invite your community.
Thank you very much.
He's still taking pictures.
All right here.
This is always the fun part of the census presentation, so thank you for being patient. And y'all might think I'm not from Arizona. I just cannot kick my Alabama accent. I haven't been there for 30 years.
You're not from Arizona.
Let me grab a good picture before you go. Love the background. Mayor and Council, I am your point of contact for
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
I gotta drop back down.
Next, we have special presentation and ceremonial matters. Item A is presentation to council by William Beal with Red Bridge Development Partners, updating council on the Copper Creek Development Project.
Mr. Mayor, we're going to get him, be zooming in. There
He'll
he
be
is.
on Zoom. He's going to be zooming in.
Yes. There's Bill. Hey, Bill, can you hear us?
I can hear you just fine.
All right, and we're going to do a sound check here.
All right.
There you go. Looking good.
Testing, testing.
Yep, it looks like we're good to go, and hang on, get your screen cleared. We got a PowerPoint for you. So Bill, we have your PowerPoint almost up.
We have a Word document.
Oh, the Word document.
Yeah, that's not it.
That's the one Linda just sent.
That's the project approval.
That
looks like it.
That looks like it.
Yeah.
Okay. So hang on while we get situated, Bill. Yeah.
No problem.
Okay.
Excellent.
And there we go. Bill, I think we're good to go. The PowerPoint's up. If you want to go ahead and start.
Can I advance the PowerPoint from here and it'll advance on the screen there?
No, you'll
Or
have.
do I need someone to do the page for me?
Yeah. Bill, can you just say next and we'll hit it?
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Well, I didn't mind waiting a few moments, Paul. I've been waiting 8 years. I want to thank Mayor Gameros, City Council, staff of the City of Globe, and in particular, Linda Adoneto, who's done a great job in helping to facilitate the public side of the discussion we've been having. And then also, I want to thank Bobby Hollis and his sisters. Been a long dialogue conversation we've had. And we'll just dive right into the deck. I'm William Beal. I'm the Managing Director of Red Bridge Development Partners. We are, I'll go into who we are in just a second. This first page here is just a kind of a theme page that we put together for presentations we've had with investors and discussing it with other parties. It's not exactly a representation of what the project will be in terms of pictures, but it is an idea of what we hope to accomplish. So I just need to make that clear. Let's go to the next slide. All right, the developer is a multifaceted commercial development company. We do commercial development, public-private partnerships. The people involved with Red Bridge have over $8 billion in various project developments, financing, construction, and sales success. So we've been doing it a long time. I've been 30 years in construction and real estate finance and sales development. Roger White, Director of Pre-Development and Development and Project Management. He's probably got close to 40 years in project management and development. He's built entire cities. As you can see on the lower right corner, that's called Lincoln, and that's in Northern California, and there was nothing there. By the time he was done, there was a development with several communities, freeway on and off ramps, entire infrastructure, and then he worked with them, the investors and the owners, to make that essentially double the population of Lincoln by the time it was done. Stephen Rourke has been my friend for 20 years. He was very accomplished on Wall Street with project finance and capital markets. He's also a successful developer in his own right, and he will assist me going forward. Next slide, please. This is a representation of what was approved by the city in 2005. It's a planned area development. Previously, it was all C2 and C3 commercial. And what was approved by the city at that time with the unanimous vote of the city council was a residential overlay, which is what you're looking at right here. And to the left, you see the yellow buildings. Those are proposed condos. That's the hillside there at the south end of the property. It's all caliche rock and very difficult to develop. But Neil Jensen, who's the CEO of the hospital, has bought that in order to build some executive homes and do some single-family development there. Next to that is a flat pad there. And the creek is just north of that. And Highway 60 is on the lower portion of the project. That flat pad is not being developed at this time. I want to focus on everything north of the creek, which is our project. On the upper right, you see single-family home sites proposed there. There's about 34 of those. Next to that, in orange, is the multifamily portion of the project. Next to that, to its left, is a self-storage facility. And then to the right of the self-storage and below the multifamily housing is a retail center there with different types of retail outlets for the community. Can be everything from clothing to restaurants. And we hope to get like a mini drugstore in there, a mini Walmart, not mini Walmart, excuse me, a mini Walgreens. And then there's also provision for pads for fast food outlet and a gas station C-store. Next slide, please. So currently, just an overview of what we're involved with the city is Globe has received a grant to expand its public profile and spur economic development. That has really helped us as developers because Linda Onanetto has a budget to work with now, and she's been a tremendous help to us. She's also helping resource things for us on the project and has been a great partner representing the city. And then we've also had Freddy Rios in meetings with us, and Paul Jepson, and Mayor Gameros has been in attendance as well. Project land is currently under contract, and we just rewrote that in October with Bobby and I, and escrow has been opened. We know that the demand for housing has increased year over year. The EDC is commissioning an updated market study on housing. Our study in 2005 was the last that had been done for the area in quite a long time. Our original site plan approval and zoning remains in effect from 2005. And then additional notes are the resolution mine is currently awaiting issuance of the final EIR report soon. And copper prices overall have risen 25% this year with growth projected through 2030. Those are all good signs for the area. Next slide, please. Okay, why Globe? Number one reason now, and it's changed everything, is the opportunity zones that were part of the Tax Act of 2017. The majority of the city and the entire proposed project are approved locations for investment in opportunity zones, and I won't get into details of why this is an advantage for investors, but there are hundreds of millions and billions of dollars being gathered up for projects around the country in underserved communities, which is our focus, and it enables us to get financing where we wouldn't have normally had financing. I honestly looked all over the country for years to get people to look at the project, and it wasn't until opportunity zones happened that we really had serious interest. In the meantime, we got the project approved, and we could have a very advanced discussion with investors. The area job growth in the next 4 to 10 years will increase the local population by up to 50%. And these are based upon data that I received from Resolution Mine, our own market study, which proved that housing stock is insufficient. It estimated at the time that we did the study 5 years ago that we needed 900 more units at that time to meet demand per market study. Smaller projects are in discussions with the city, but there's still not enough being developed to meet demand. And then this is an important aspect. Globe is currently the only city in southern Gila County area that has sufficient infrastructure for growth. which is sewer, water, power. And our site has all three. Next slide, please. Now, I'll give you a little outline of the project. It's a master planned mixed-use site. So there's approximately, there's 23 contiguous acres, so they border each other. Flat, mostly graded, shovel-ready, minimal demo, full access. Really nice piece of property. It's fully entitled, zoned, mapped, approved, and surveyed. The survey was completed, let's see, I think about 2014, 2015. So we now know the borders, boundaries, and the layout. Site use plan has been approved by the city previously. Utilities are all on site. There's 10-inch water, 3-phase power, and a new 10-inch sewer line, which is at the, just across the creek from our property, which would be extended to our property. When I was buying the property years ago, I was buying all of it. We decided to focus our attention on this portion of the property because it's in the opportunity zone. There are 3 initial phases proposed: multifamily homes to meet the current and growing demand for housing, high quality 24/7 secured storage, and an all new retail center, plus a proposed fast food pad and gas station C-store sites. Additionally, there are the 34 sites I mentioned before to be developed later at the back of the property. Next slide, please. And that's the end of the presentation. I'll give you just a little bit of an update of where we're at. We've been having Zoom meetings with the city and people on my development team to talk about where we're at, what we believe our next steps are to kind of break down some of the tasks that we have in order to accomplish it. I have to tell you, folks, these development projects are a very long lead time. They take, in this case, years, not months, to begin, conceptualize, plan, submit, get approval, and then get the design engineering completed before you can start construction. In that meantime, you're subject to all the conditions of the marketplace, whether it's interest rates, housing demand, in this case, the worst epidemic we've ever had in the history of any of us can remember. And it's affected us from top to bottom in terms of business. We don't anticipate any disruption from COVID in our pre-development process, which is the process prior to breaking ground and constructing the project. But we think that agencies are impacted by it. Certainly, City of Globe has been impacted by it in terms of services provided, the amount of time it takes to do things, and so on and so forth. But the general response between the team that we have, between the city and my development team, is a very, I say a muted excitement, because it's been a long time. But we have expectation that we are going to be successful obtaining the remaining financing, which we're working on, having discussions right now. We have multiple investors interested in investing in this project. We've had several look at the project and say, yeah, we'd like to be a part of that going forward. I'm open to any questions anybody has at this time.
Questions?
Mayor, this is Fernando.
Go ahead, Fernando.
Hi, Fernando.
Hi, Bill. How are you doing? Hey,
Great.
I was on the council when we commissioned the Northeast Area Plan, the survey, and all the stuff that we agreed to there. So my question is this: and at that time, I was adamant that we come to some agreement where the easements will be for future utilities. So, for example, that's the best route for us to get sewer across the highway towards the Dream Manor, and then into that maybe possibly future development across the other side of the road. And then we were also talking about being able to extend those utilities and sewer lines all the way down the highway on that same side of the road. Is that all etched in stone? I just want to make sure we don't forget and then develop and then not be able to complete the utilities, stub outs, and future development needs.
That's an excellent question. At the time that I was purchasing the property before, we'd had that discussion. And so there was still money left over from the grant for the sewer line. And instead of extending it up across the creek to the northern portion of the property, we came to an agreement to run a lateral from the sewer line over to the roadway. So it's just on the property side of 60. And at some point in the future, when all the stars align and you can actually tunnel underneath there, that line is available for properties on the other side of the road. And we would still cooperate with that effort. Although now I would just get some type of a arrangement with the Hollis family, which still owns that one piece, to allow the line to be extended to our property in the future. So yes, and we're still committed to it. At one time, I talked with the city manager at the time about doing a small packing plant at the bottom of the property to help manage some of the sewer supply that would be generated in the future if that line was completed to the other side of the road. But that's not my property anymore. And we're not, I think we estimated at one time that we're only going to use between 50 and 60% of that 10-inch line for the entire project that we have, including the houses in the back. So those are studies and estimates that we'll get into through the pre-development process. There's also some traffic mitigation that we'll have to look into, and I've already started discussing it with Steve Stratton at ADOT. We're going to meet and talk about what does the state want to see happen on the highway, and use some of the most recent traffic counts to gauge that. So there's several different layers of how the project will affect the surrounding community. And we're sensitive to that, and we had a lot of discussion at the time that we were proposing to build it back in 2015 that will probably continue today.
I have one other question. At that time, we had in our zoning, we were trying to do all future development along highway frontage so that it was more pedestrian friendly. So basically, instead of putting these huge parking lots that you have to walk to the building, kind of put the buildings closer to the road and then put the parking lots in back. And now, since then, that has become null and void. But I'm wondering, is that something that you're thinking about, or have you thought much about the commercial development part of it?
Well, not with, and when it comes to the retail, we have issues with the grade of the roadway because it does start dropping down almost from where the entrance is to the old theater site. It starts dropping down till you get down to the bottom of the property where that flat part is that the Hollis family still owns. You're 10, 11 feet below grade. So it would be difficult to make up that amount of grade in the amount of time that, or the amount of geography we have as a property. There'll be sufficient parking. And again, one of the aspects that I think makes this project attractive, and I liked from the very beginning, was people will be able to live and even work in the same community there. That would lower some traffic. We are planning to have a metro stop at the multifamily site for people who work in town if they want to take that. And one of the aspects of our multifamily is to accommodate workforce housing, and the self-storage would be able to store their equipment there, so that'll lower traffic as well. So we designed it with the idea of having a positive impact on the community, not a negative impact. And at the end of the day, if you live in the units there or live in the houses, you'll be able to walk over to the retail and go to the restaurant or pick up something from one of the stores, that type of thing. And that's one thing we like about it. We have a large grassy area in the middle of the multifamily property for kids to play. You know, and we're going to have a rec center and a playground there, small playground for kids that live on the property, but also there'll be room to have community events there as well. So beyond that, the difficulty when you have like a highway like this, and you have highway access, you have to have frontage roads in order to funnel the traffic onto the highway. So we wouldn't want people just stopping on 60 and pulling into a retail place. There'll be designated entrances to the project in at least 2 locations that we know of, and that'll be taken into account when we have some of the traffic discussions with ADOT.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Charlene?
I just think this is all great news, and I'm really glad to hear all about it. And when you thinking about groundbreaking? We'd all like to know that.
Oh, I would too.
That's not the right answer.
Yeah, some of this is more art than science, Marlene, and I think that it's hard to predict when the groundbreaking. We are shooting for somewhere mid-2021 to be under construction. It might possibly be before that. The site prep will happen first so that we can get the utilities extended and begin to place utilities at the different locations for development. And then also just roughing out the roadways. There's a lot of grading that has to happen in order to do construction. But the beauty of this project, honestly, is that the drive-in theater site is at the perfect grade angle for us to be able to build on it with the grade that, because this all slopes from north to south. And that's why you have the creek there. So we see a lot of positives starting off with, without having to do too much grading on the theater site, where the self-storages will be a little more grading there, but the rest of it's pretty flat. And we see that as an advantage. So that will lower the threshold in terms of getting that completed so that we can begin to do the vertical construction. So it's a 2-step process: get the site prep done, infrastructure in, and get it ready for construction. There's some demo. We'll probably have some kind of a party out there and knock the big screen down and take out all the stanchions and demo the snack bar, and there's some walls there. But then we're ready to build after that. A little bit of grading and we're ready to go. So we're early in the discussions about what the grading will entail. But I think, it's reasonable to expect, without any other substantial delays or events, that we would be looking at breaking ground sometime in the middle of next year. But it's just purely an estimate right now.
Thank you.
Ready?
Bill, thank you for your presentation. This is Councilman Freddy Rios.
Freddy?
How do you see this master plan rolling out? Would it be in phases? And I know that it's obviously going to be market driven. But can you kind of just give us a snapshot of what may look like when it starts building out?
Good question. Just a side note, we will have to do our own new market and feasibility studies for our investors, as well as an appraised value of the final project to come up with some of the structures that we use for the financing. And in that market study, I really believe we followed the market very carefully all this time, that the demand in Globe is going to continue to grow incrementally. Certainly when Resolution goes online and they start mining, there will be an increase in construction, and there will be an increase in construction to that point, and an increase in permanent employees. But a lot of that mine is being proposed to be robotic, and so we don't see a huge job growth from the mine itself. We do see significant growth in everybody providing services for the mine. And right now, with the Freeport mine, for example, we've talked with them and said, no, we don't really, we're not growing any employees and stuff. But their subcontractors come up, stay during the week, and go home on the weekends. And so there's several hundred people that come up during the week just to work in the mines as subcontractors. There are a lot of people who drive up to work in Globe, and yet they live in the East Valley. And so the road work has been completed in order to provide a little bit wider areas so that more traffic can get through. But I think at the end of the day, what we look to see is that will accommodate continued growth in Globe, and then with the efforts that the city is undertaking for redevelopment and to improve the image of Globe in the area and around the state and Southwest, and it becomes a place where people want to come and visit. I don't know if you know it, you may know it, but the McDonald's there on 60 is the number 2 grossing McDonald's in the state of Arizona. And that's a lot of traffic. That's a lot of people. And then 60, when they turn and go up to Sholo through the Little Grand Canyon, it's pretty crowded on the weekends with people on their bikes, RVs and stuff. So the area continues to experience growth, and I think that the more amenities that happen in Globe, the more that will add to it. I think this project will hopefully add to the reputation and I think the image of Globe as a destination for people, and give them better housing to live in, the nurses, the teachers, firefighters, police officers as well. We, just to add to that, we have not predicated building a project to accommodate mine employees per se. Certainly they will be welcome, and we have already heard from some of the subcontractors that when we were ready, they would be ready. But we've also had discussions with Cobra Valley Regional Hospital, and we know that the school district needs places for teachers and permanent residences, nice permanent residences. So I think this will allow to have some retention on employees, and they'll spend their money locally. And one thing that we've found, for every dollar that's spent on redevelopment and community redevelopment, you get about $3 in return in a community. So hopefully I answered your question. I believe that it's been constructed in a way that'll be complementary to the community already.
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
Mike, go ahead.
Hello, Bill. Mike Stapleton.
Hey, Mike.
How are you?
Good.
It's been about 6 or 7 years since we spoke, so.
I think, yeah, I ate your little, had breakfast at your place with Bobby, yeah.
I just want to thank you and commend you for everything that you're doing. We, the whole city, appreciate you, and it's awesome to finally see something starting. So this is a really fantastic news for everybody here in the city of Globe, and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you, and I want to congratulate everybody who's elected and re-elected as well. I look forward to working with City Council and Planning and Zoning. Chris Colopy, I know well, and the idea behind this project kind of started with Fred Barcone and Alfredo Gutierrez when I came up looking to develop something out by the prison site, but it just wasn't a good location for it. Then we were going to develop behind Travelodge, but there wasn't enough water to supply the project, and we're sitting there in Fred's office, and Chris says, well, you can have the drive-in theater sites available. And Fred goes, no, FedEx is buying. They go, no, they moved down to Safford. So I got on that right away, and Bobby and I began a conversation that's lasted 8 years now. And I got to tell you, he's a real asset to the community. He's been very kind, very patient, and his sisters are out of state, so he's had to manage the conversation with them. Meeting with the different stakeholders, Steve Stratton and Tommy Thompson, and getting to know the people in the community. I appreciate Globe as well. I appreciate the opportunity to do a project that will have an impact on a city like this that'll go on for generations. And so that's what we look to do. We're excited about all the work that we've done to date, which makes our turnaround time, as you were asking earlier about when we're going to break ground, a lot sooner than later because of all the work that's gone on before. So I look forward to having breakfast in your place again sometime soon, Mike.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it, buddy.
Bill, I want to personally thank you also. we go back to the 12 or 14 when you're coming first into the project. And so I appreciate your time and patience, and thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, and to Bill, thank you for your commitment to Globe, and looking forward to working in the future with you to get this finished up. So thank you so much. I remember about 5 years ago when Chris got me in a meeting with you and told me the story. I'm like, wow, this is interesting, and your commitment and dedication and tenacity. So glad you're sticking with it, and glad that everything, the stars are aligned, and let's get her done. So thank you.
I agree. Thank you, Paul.
Item B, we have a presentation of council by Kimley Horn regarding City of Globe Fairgrounds Area Sewer Service Assessment as identified in the 2020 City Council Strategic Action Plan. Infrastructure, Goal 2, Objective 1, expand sewer in the Northeast area.
And Mr. Mayor, we have Kimley Horn on the Zoom, and Jerry's standing by for questions afterwards if we need to.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Jeff, yes. Hi, Jeff.
Hi. Yes, again, Jeffrey Kellner with Kimley Horn. I'm an engineer there, and on the call I also have my supervisor, Ray Montoya, who will also be kind of jumping in to answer any questions and just kind of make sure that we're getting across. Paul, would this be a good time to share my screen?
Yes, go ahead now, and you can control your PowerPoint.
Alrighty.
There we go.
My presentation?
Yep, we can see it now.
All right, great. Yes, so this is the City of Globe Fairgrounds Sewer Assessment Planning Project. Ray and I will be going at a high level, really a status update on what our project is, what the goals of the project are, and really where we are to date. Ray, do you have anything to add before I get started?
No, just want to thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to present this. As Jeff mentioned, he'll keep it at a higher level, but he's stated the goal is to look at this area and find options for future sewer service in that area. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Ray. To start with, in our project, and to kind of give everybody some reference here, we went through a mapping exercise really to show what the existing planning areas are in the City of Globe for wastewater services, and then what our planning area is for this fairground sewer assessment. Here in this dark gray line, that's the City of Globe city limits. The green lines here are the existing City of Globe wastewater collection system. And then this area here in yellow is what we were just discussing in the previous presentation, is what is defined as the Northeast Area Plan. And within that area is also the Mariposa planned area development that we were also discussing in the previous presentation. And our project is up here, north of the Northeast Area Plan, east of US 60, and it's the Gila County Fairgrounds area, which is also next to the Arizona State Prison Complex. And then there's also a community here near the fairgrounds. And while we're on this map, just to point out a couple key features here is really to show that the Northeast Area Plan, which is one of the most current, up-to-date planning documents for this area, ends pretty far away from our planning area, but we use that as one of our primary sources for planning efforts. And that way we're providing the city with kind of an apples to apples of planning information, so that we can, the City of Globe can take in, the planning information that they have, as well as this, and use it as a decision-making tool. And I'll go into the next slide. Zooming in on our area in particular, the Fairgrounds area. And again, if anybody would like me to go back to the previous map or slow down or anything, please let me know. The area here in pink, again, is our planning area, and what we did was broke it into these smaller basins, really just to provide a little bit more context for the city, and really kind of shrink this down and not be so high level. Some key features to notice here is we were given water meter data and locations, and we were able to map that as well to really show where are existing residents in this area, what areas are developed, undeveloped, and what's their current land use. And that way we can start to attribute that some information at our planning level. Zooming in particular here over to the right, I really just wanted to show of the main development that's up in this area, what really is there. And just north of Homestead Avenue, there are several homes, rural residential classification. There's the actual Gila County Fairgrounds, and then here on the southern and eastern portion is the Arizona State Prison Complex, which actually has its own wastewater treatment facility that they use on site, and it's owned and operated by them. Does anybody have any questions on any of the infrastructure that I've gone through up to this point?
Jeff, actually, I do. This is
Yes.
Fernando. So when I hear the term basin, I'm assuming that's something geological that can hold, like a bowl. Is that what that is, or is there another reason why you're calling it a basin?
Great question. What we were defining as basins was really based off of topography and also some parcel information as well. So we broke it down into these different basins to see, as we are in future, as I go through the slide, showing options for providing sewer services, is each basin would potentially be would have infrastructure needed to serve that basin and then serve the area as a whole. So it's just a way of shrinking that down into kind of more distinct areas for planned sewer infrastructure.
And Fernando, if I can, this is Ray. Think of those areas as they generally have the same type of sloping land. If we were to put a gravity sewer system in those areas, for example, it would generally flow to the same direction for Basin 4, but not necessarily in Basin 5. So for planning purposes and for sewer development planning calculations, we broke them up, and typically you can call them basins. They're too small to call service areas, but you can just think they're generalized local areas that generally tend to flow in one direction, just based on the existing slope of the land as it sits right now. If that makes sense.
It does. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ray. Appreciate that. Continuing, what we did, as well is, and I'd like to take this time to thank Paul Jepson, Jerry Barnes, Dana Burkhart, and Jessica Cruz. Early this year, when this project was started off, we worked with the City of Globe to get as much planning information as we could. And that way, we're doing a couple things there. We're making sure that our, report and our findings are apples to apples, with the information that the City of Globe is already using to make decisions. But then, it also kind of allows us to build on that as well, and to get to a more refined level of planning, especially in our area. And of those main documents, it was the Northeast Area Plan, which we've discussed, the Mariposa Planned Area Development, the Globe 2035 General Plan, and then water meter data. And even though, this is a wastewater planning project, having the water meter data allows us to, one, know a little bit more about the existing residents that are there, but also potential wastewater flows. There's a way to kind of equate water flows to wastewater flows. And I'd also like to just show a little bit of kind of what the current land use is in the planned area, in the Fairgrounds sewer area, and then what our estimated population is. There are really 7 distinct planning basins that we're calling. 1 through 4 or 1 through 5, we just used as really just a number just to kind of keep it simple. And then we kept the Fairgrounds and Arizona Prison as distinct basins as well. And, really in 1 through 5, it's primarily rural, residential, and just open space, undeveloped. Basin 3, which is just west of the Fairgrounds, is currently undeveloped. And then Basin 5, which is just north of the Cameraman Wash here, is also currently undeveloped. And counting the prison population, there's roughly 425 people in this area.
You got a question? Charlene, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Hi, this is a good place, I think, to ask this question about the, well, first of all, what is the current linear, what's the dollar per lineal foot for sewer installation generally?
This is Ray Montoya. I'll tell you, and your soil makes it, some of the areas are tough to construct, but for a small diameter under 12 inch, we're still seeing about $100, $120 per linear foot, depending again on depth and whether it's hard rock digging or not.
Okay. And then, so then my follow-up question is, the prison has their own treatment facility plant there. Are they interested at all in sharing this cost? Because it's going to be a considerable cost.
We'll that's a great question, and I think Jeff has some to talk to that in a later slide. But to jump ahead to that, because that it just screams at you when you look at this slide that the prison is there. There's a couple of options that Jeff will go through. One of them is to actually collect the sewer and take it down into to the south to tie into existing sewer collection facilities that Globe currently owns and operates, or to keep this option number 2, keep this as a centralized sewer collection area of its own, and potentially develop your own wastewater treatment plant. But that plan, option 2, just to answer the question early, I think the only advantage to it is if the prison partners with the city of Globe, or if the city, or if the prison wants to get out of the wastewater business, for example, and start contributing and becoming a customer to the city of Globe by contributing to a local treatment plant here. Both options, could have the prison teaming with the city of Globe. So that's why I'm throwing it out now. Jeff's got some more discussion later on, but yeah, we agree with you. When you look at this map, you see the prison as a potential partner with Globe, and we see the same thing.
So does Arizona law provide for, if the sewer line is installed along your lineal frontage, you have to tie in, even if you have an existing septic system, or in the case of the prison, a functioning wastewater treatment system?
Yes, in general, yes.
You have to tie in.
Yeah, I'll leave it to Paul or to Jerry Barnes for the specifics in Globe. But yeah, for the other communities we serve across the state, that is in general that's what happens. If there are communities or there are private residents with septic systems, for example, and the county or the state or the city installs a sewer line along the front edge or along the road, then those residents are required to tie into that sewer line. And Jerry, I see you're coming on board to add to that comment.
That's true. There is a requirement. There's a footage requirement. And right offhand, I think it's 300 feet, but I'm not 100% sure.
Where'd you get that snazzy truck there, Jerry, that says public works?
It's one that I'm hoping to put in the auction.
Oh.
No, it's just a picture.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, one of our hopes is with this study and then with a preliminary engineering report, which will give us some pricing, the next step would be to go to seek partners to build this. We have the county as a potential partner, the prison as a potential partner, ADOT, landowners, and so I think if we were to go forward with this, it would be not until we had lots of discussions and there's benefit to all. So that's kind of the game plan is to figure out the engineering, figure out the cost, and then get everybody on board.
And this would be a big advantage to the Dream Manor Motel also for their expansion.
It'll get across the road and much closer.
Right, and Paul, to touch on what Paul just mentioned, that's the next part of our discussion. So what Jeff will go through is just really kind of give everybody an update of how far we've gotten with the assistance of the City of Globe and your planning information and engineering information, so that the next steps are going to be that report that Paul is mentioning, where we'd actually put a net present value, a 20-year value on both options, and then that will allow City of Globe to make an informed decision of which approach would you like to do. Something that ties into the existing infrastructure, something that's a standalone, a hybrid between the two, and then, like Paul mentioned, all of the teaming partners that would have to be part of whatever next steps might be.
So Jeff, if you want to continue, if you want to continue.
Oh, no, yes, I will continue, and Ray and Jerry and Paul, I appreciate you jumping in there as well.
We'll let you get back on track so we can take you back off again.
Oh, can you guys see my screen still?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, okay, got it. Continuing along, what in going to a little bit of the details here on some of our planning information. I'll try to keep it high level, but what we did is, we looked at 3 different planning periods: a short term, an intermediate, and a long term, which we're calling build out. Our short term is really looking at, there are existing residents right now in the planning area, in the Fairgrounds sewer planning area, and seeing, okay, if only those customers came onto a wastewater collection system owned and operated by the City of Globe, what would that look like? What would that population be, and what would that corresponding flow be? Our intermediate was projecting that out based on really population growth, and our long term is more of it's trying to show if there was aggressive growth and showing really the available area that could be developed. And starting with our short-term 2020 population flow projections, again, we're able to use the existing planning information, census block data, water billing data to hone down that existing population in the Fairgrounds sewer area, and then equating that into wastewater flows. And what we're seeing in this first scenario is an average annual daily flow of about 45,000 gallons per day, and a peak of about 163,000 gallons per day. Moving into, and showing a little bit here on this graphic over here to the left, what we're able to show is the areas in blue are currently undeveloped parcels, and the areas in green are developed parcels. And in general, most of these developed parcels are completely developed, but on some of them there's still available land to be developed on that parcel. Moving into our intermediate and long-term planning projections, really what we were able to do in the intermediate 2040 population flow projection was utilize the population growth rates that are in the Globe 2035 general plan, and kind of extrapolate out that population and then its corresponding flows, and really seeing a jump from 45,000 gallons per day on the average to about 56,000, and then 160 on the peak to about 190 in the 2040 scenario. What we did for the build out scenario, the long-term scenario, was really seeing what is the currently developed area in that planning area, and what's the remaining area, and try to show if there was aggressive development in this area, what would those flows be, and that corresponding to larger infrastructure, more infrastructure needed, wastewater infrastructure to serve this area. Continuing on, we have our population and flow projections, and really we also know the permitted treatment capacity and recorded flows at the treatment plant. And what we wanted to show here in this graphic is that we're seeing that there's existing available capacity at the treatment. So what that tells us is there's an alternative for providing this area would have wastewater flow go to the existing City of Globe treatment plant, and showing that there is available capacity there. Any questions on any of the information I went over? I know it's a little technical. If not, I'll continue on. What we also are able to see is, on a holistic level of the entire, city of Globe population, we're able to see that there's also, additional flow at a planning level, or additional treatment capacity at a planning level for the entire city. And now just to go over a little bit of the topography in the planning area, some of the main obstacles that we're going to have to kind of overcome for providing wastewater services in this area are the Cameraman Wash, which we would have to kind of be strategic on how we would get flow coming from the north to tie into proposed infrastructure here in the south. And I just wanted to point out a couple key areas here that there's really kind of three distinct points where flow would potentially flow to, and it's all here on the southern flows going from north to south. And these key points here are kind of critical in how we've decided our alternatives for providing sanitary sewer collection in this area. And now going through from where we were at our population flow projections and land use classifications to actually providing alternatives for providing wastewater services in this area. And we came up with two distinct alternatives. The first one here is showing, and just to go over the map a little bit, the red line here is proposed gravity mains that would provide sewer collection in our planning area. This here would be a lift station. This checkered red line is a force main, and then again this regular red line is another gravity main. And what we're seeing in this alternative is that again, because there is available capacity at the treatment plant, we believe there is a very real scenario of just connecting proposed collection system to the existing connection system and having all of that wastewater treated at the existing City of Globe treatment plant. And due to topography through here, this large wash and low spot, there would need to be in our planning area flow to a lift station, which would then pump over to basically what we were showing on the previous presentation, is that Mariposa planned area, and crossing have pumping along the old US Highway 60, crossing US 60, and tying into this existing City of Globe 10-inch gravity main. And as part of our alternative, we would take into account any proposed infrastructure that's kind of already in the process in this area here. And just to go over a little bit of some of the numbers on what this alternative would be, it's about 4.4 miles of gravity main, which is here and here on the southern portion, and then about 2 miles of force main, the one lift station, and then the connection to the existing City of Globe. And really, we were seeing two potential connection points here, and we looking at a feasibility, this looks like to be the one to make the most sense. Does anybody have any questions on this alternative?
We're good.
This is Fernando again. I think I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but when you do lift stations and sewer lines under pressure, that becomes a much higher maintenance cost, right?
Correct. Okay. And I think as part. Oh, sorry. I'll let you go.
Oh no. Well, I was going to say. I would imagine at some point it makes more sense not to do that. But if you're presenting it, I'm assuming right now it still makes sense.
Yes, and that's a very valid comment. And really, I think with both of these alternatives that we'll see is that there is going to be, operations and maintenance headaches or obstacles to overcome really in both scenario. And, as part of our report and our cost estimates, we'll try to show some of those potential cost impacts for one or the other. And I think between those two, that'll be, a very important decision-making tool. So it'll be balancing the cost for operation and maintenance, and then also just the overall work and logistics that goes into operating a lift station and force main versus operating a potential new treatment plant at a different location.
Fernando, this is Ray. Also, you'll see in our cost estimates when this is done, or at least Paul and when Jerry get the report, the cost for odor control as well, or some type of odor mitigation issue, because as like you mentioned, when you go from a pumped flow to a gravity flow, you introduce the turbulence into the flow, so you start to release a lot of sulfide gas, and that's corrosion and that's odor. And with the proximity to some of the development that's planned in that area, we'll be sensitive to it, but that'll also be part of the 20-year operations and maintenance cost that we present.
Thank you.
Well, I really appreciate the question. I'll go into the next alternative, and I think that question will apply in this one as well. This alternative, so of our two alternatives, this is the alternative to have a wastewater treatment plant. And really it's the same collection system up here in the Fairgrounds planning area, but instead of conveying it to existing City of Grove infrastructure, it'd be going to a treatment plant. And the location for the treatment plant and the lift station was really decided based off of existing flow paths, so existing elevations that we have really in the area, and this looked to be the most feasible option, and then as well as our understanding of really what the existing land use is and ownership of this parcel here. So in this scenario, everything would flow just directly to a treatment plant, would not be connected at all to the existing City of Grove infrastructure, so there would be a new treatment plant and then its associated operations and maintenance of the two different treatment plants, and really some of the biggest savings here are going to be in the linear footage of pipe needed in this alternative, as well as really a different operations and maintenance cost estimate as compared to operating that entire length of pipe as well as a lift station. This would be centered just around the treatment plant, but then that also has its own obstacles for the City of Globe to have two different treatment plants and operating and maintaining that as well. Ray, do you have any comments to make on this alternative as well?
Yeah, just to wrap that part up, there'll be different costs, and they'll be significant to manage and run a wastewater treatment plant on its own. But you'll see in our recommendations when we finalize this, that this option really works or can be considered as a viable option with partnership of the prison system. It is hard to operate a wastewater treatment plant with virtually no flow in the initial stages. It's very difficult to do that. But if you have a ready-made partner and a ready-made customer like the prison system who's already operating or already has a certain amount of flow there, then all of a sudden this option becomes something that is viable and should be considered versus option or alternative one. And I think if anybody has any questions on that, we could talk some more. But without the prison being there, I don't believe we would have. It would be tough to pencil out alternative 2 as a viable option to alternative 1.
This is Fernando again. I got one more question. So right now, under our current wastewater system, we have our treated effluent is obligated. If we built a second facility, say down there by the fairgrounds somewhere, would we have any obligations to get that effluent to anybody, or could we keep it there? Could we do a lake with treated water? What could we do as far as using that water?
Paul or Jared, do you want to chime in on that before I?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Shipley, I believe the current agreement with Freeport is geographically, limited to that. So I think a second plant like that, we would have no obligation and no capacity, I think, to include that in the current contract. So I think that would be separate, pretty much a separate decision and ours to make on what we do with that.
If I could, Paul, our current contract is for the effluent from the Bunnell Creek wastewater treatment plant. None of the customers that are in this area are tied into that system, so none of that affluent is in that contract. So, this effluent we could do with what we wanted to.
Thank you.
And if there's no more comments on this alternative 1 or 2, and we can definitely go back to it towards the end with any of the questions. I'd really just give really more of next steps for finishing out our project or getting to the next stage. We've been taking notes throughout the course of this meeting. We'd like to incorporate all of these comments, into our study. Next steps is also providing cost estimates for each of these alternatives, and then keeping in mind some of the feedback that we've received as well. And we'll continue to work with Paul and Jerry on those fronts as well throughout the course of this. And then depending on, feedback from Jerry and Paul, if they would like to do a potential workshop to discuss these cost estimates or present at another one of these council meetings. And then really it'd be our report submittal from there. Does anybody have any questions on the project as a whole, or would like to go back to any of the portions?
So I have a couple of comments, Jeff.
Yes, sir.
First of all, a nice job. You and Ray did a nice job. That we gave you an almost impossible task to look at this area, and so I appreciate the effort that you did. I do want to make a point that it's two different things. The northeast area is one, the area that we did the study on is one thing, and this Fairgrounds sewer study is another. Geographically, they're apart. There are areas in between. I think if you're looking at a pipeline, the gravity feed and along with the force main, then you're looking at, I'm just guessing somewhere range of $5 million. And I don't want those numbers to scare anybody because there's money out there available for this. But it's not WIFA money, so we'd have to look elsewhere. WIFA only allows us to fix what we have, not expand. And the second option, the second alternative, I think is great because we can immediately service there are customers that are out there with a plant. It would take very little or very minimal increase in manpower to staff both plants. And then also this plan would be expandable. So as the area developed, we could tie it into this. So I think that's important to note as well. But it's a great start. I knew we couldn't do anything for the amount of money that we agreed upon, but you guys went above and beyond as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, Jerry. And I'll definitely keep in mind those comments that you made.
And Council, what we're actually looking to get out of this is to show you that there are a couple of options, and that we, if we did get economic development in this area, that we could put together a plan. But especially if we go after USDA money, it takes 2 or 3 years to get that money. By the time you do the preliminary engineering reviews and make the submittals and get approved for funding. So, even if we said yes today about building this plant out there, it would probably take us 2 to 3 years. Did I miss anything, Ray?
Oh, Jerry. No, and thanks for the compliment. We appreciate the opportunity to support the city of Globe on this one. This one's fun, and as we move forward, if there is the work with the teaming partners and working with the prisons and ADQ, that's part of what we are going to report and put in our report as well. Then it gets exciting at that point.
Jerry, it's Fernando. When I was on council before, I know that we approved for Globe to be to have the Colonia designation, which I know does open you up for funding, especially for wastewater. Are we still in that? Do you know?
Yeah, we are, and it's when I did the USDA loan grant over in Miami, we were given a 75% grant, 25% loan, and then they gave us an additional 5% because of the Colonia. So we ended up 80-20 over there.
Okay, good.
So and Ray, just a round number, are we probably looking at 8-9 million for a plant and the lines it takes out there?
Yeah, probably, Jerry, is a good number, and it probably is, total for build out, you're probably around 10 to 12, but you're right. Most of the infrastructure gets built first in the front end, even if the equipment doesn't get put in place, the pads, the foundation, the footprint is put in place first.
But don't let that scare you, because USDA is low interest, and if you get 80% of that forgivable, that's not a whole lot of an obligation.
So I've got $7,560,000 just generally on the mileage, on the linear footage there. That does not include, though, the gravity lift stations and all of that. So is that where we're getting the 10 million figure?
I think just in that area, just for the plant and that piping that he's showing right there, Councilman Giles, I think we're probably by the time what Ray said, probably $10-12 million.
And you can usually use the rule of thumb for a package plant or for a localized plant at about $8 to $10 a treated gallon. But the bigger the plant, the lower that number gets, if that makes sense. And so this will be a smaller plant, so we can think $10-12 a treated gallon of wastewater. But again, most of the infrastructure, or a big chunk of it, gets built in phase one, even if it is expandable for phase two or build out, because a lot of the infrastructure has to be, or a lot of footprint has to be prepared so that you can add existing treatment trains, expanded electrical, backup, any of those types of controls that you'll need. So that's why 60 to 65% of it you'll end up spending in just phase one, preparing for future expansion.
Yeah, and the other thing we have to consider, Jeff and Ray too, is we have a 10-inch sewer line over by the Hollis Theater, but it does choke down. I mean, we get down around Irene's in that area, it chokes down some. So if we fill that to capacity, we might have to look at rebuilding some other areas.
I agree, Jerry, and we'll put a contingency number in because we figure there's sewer repair, localized sewer repair you'd need from our point of connection, where Jeff pointed out in the other alternative, through your existing sewer. I'm sure there's manhole rehab and other pipeline rehab that would have to happen to take on the additional flow. And we'll throw in a contingency number in there. We'll work with you on that, Jerry, to get comfortable with a number, but it'll be significant as well.
Yeah. So,
Jeff, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
How many of the plans when you're talking about the sewer plant, you're talking about way towards the fairgrounds. Is there a plan in place that may be bringing that further south so we can capture more of the frontage there and more of the businesses along the highway there, bringing it down further south?
I think that there's definitely, the option for that. And that was, kind of another piece of really, I'll go back to actually this graphic here of showing what we're defining as our planning area. We can definitely increase that area. We really decided on this area based off of the initial conversations that we had with Jerry and Paul, but we definitely can look into, narrow down some more options for a treatment plant location and moving south and actually picking up potential more customers, like you said. We haven't really gone to too much detail on that portion, but we definitely can moving forward.
Mike, go ahead.
Jerry, Jeff, Ray, this is Councilman Pastor. What about the,
Turn your mic on.
We've got you a portable one.
okay, this is Councilman Pastor. What about the Apache Peak or Apache Hills subdivision across the road there? That used to be the mine property, or the mines used to own that. Would that be feasible to tie it into a treatment plant there in the prison area that you're talking about, a treatment plant?
Yeah, so in general, the flow paths are going north-south, and I believe this is the community, if you can see my cursor, that you were referring to. We have not looked at really what the flow paths would be through there. But again, kind of to my previous comment, if we do need to increase our planning area, we can. We want to provide the detail necessary for you all to make a decision on. And if it is incorporating this area, we can increase our planning area.
Okay. Thank
Jerry,
you.
do you have any thoughts on that?
Was that addressed to me?
Oh, Jerry, I was just wondering, Jerry, did you have any thoughts on increasing the planning area at this time, or?
So at this point, I think that Paul and I wanted to look at where the numbers worked out just between these two areas. But as you know, when you do the PER for a USDA loan, you would try to increase the planning area at that point to see if it was feasible to tie in any customer you possibly could.
Well, there's only about 20 houses there, right?
Yeah, see the big issue you have is that road bore. I mean that's expensive. That just that 75-foot bore is probably going to be $150,000, maybe $200,000.
There's no build outs in that area?
No, not really.
Okay.
So I mean, it's something to definitely look at, and wherever we can pick up a resident, we're willing to, as Paul says, we're willing to accommodate and annex.
Understood.
So for everybody that is almost asleep waiting for the CARES Act, whoever knew that it costs $10 to $12 per gallon to treat sewage? I did not know that. That is a high amount, it seems like.
Yeah, and that number, a lot of that is electricity. And some of these smaller package plants, they just take a whole lot of electricity to clean them and they're more expensive than water treatment because they're just more contaminated as raw wastewater. But yeah, that's still been a pretty good rule of thumb for the last 5 years or so.
That's high.
But that's for the small package plants, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So that as a for instance, Councilman Giles, our package plant or our plant down at Canal Creek cost a minor portion of that.
Good, let's keep it that way.
Well, I'm just saying that we already have a lot of the personnel and the chemicals that it's just a matter of expanding. So it isn't like operating a holding plant.
Oh, we're losing Jerry there. Jerry, you've gone silent.
No, I'm still here. I just I talk so much, you guys just don't listen anymore.
Mr. Mayor, members of council,
but it's not $10 a gallon if you have a huge plant the way we do. I didn't want that to be out there that we're charging the people that, because we aren't.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and this fulfills the council request to have this initial study done so we can move forward. This is on one of our hot lists for Councilman Rios, so we're happy to have that. I think Jerry and I are going to huddle and kind of speak with some of our stakeholders, get a plan made. There's a couple of secondary issues we need to look at, and then we'll come back as we go to move forward with what we've learned and how we're going to parlay this information into a strategy going forward for maximize. We want if we're gonna invest and build and partner, we want to make sure we get the best bang for the buck and have the most options to facilitate growth.
So, Paul, just two final thoughts. One, we would appreciate any questions or feedback from the council as we go forward talking to Ray and Jeff. And then the second thing is, oh my, what a great segue from one presentation into the next. Way to go, Paul.
Yeah, it's all about the timing.
We good?
Mr. Mayor, yes, thank you very much. Jeff?
Thank you, Ray.
Ray, Jeff, thank you.
No, thank you, and we appreciate y'all taking the time, and we really appreciate these questions. We'll definitely, we'll have meeting minutes, and we'll send that out to you and Jerry.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
We have a consent calendar. Matters listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and one vote. Public hearing items are designated with an asterisk. Prior to consideration of the consent agenda, the mayor will ask whether any member of the public wishes to remove a public hearing item for separate consideration. Members of the council and/or staff may remove any item for separate consideration. Item A, consideration of waiver of section 2-4-10A prior discussion rule to allow action on the balance of the consent agenda. Accounts payable, $431,659.81. Consideration of approval of council minutes. Consideration to appoint James Perry to the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission. And consideration of the 2021 council meeting calendar. Do we have anybody from the staff, the council, or the public wishing to remove any of these items?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I think we need to pull or just table the minutes. I did not see them. Did you see them in the packet? I think. Yeah, they're not in the packet. We had the computer malfunction in the clerk's office, and so I think we would just ask to approve that minus the A2.
That was the last meeting minute notes?
Well, I think that, or let me check and see. Oh, it'd be actually
6A2.
A2D.
Oh, good.
Are they? Because I didn't see them in there.
Yeah. So moved.
All right, so it'd just be approved minus A2D.
Okay.
So moved.
Well, it's not minutes, isn't it? The calendar meeting? Meeting calendar?
Maybe
Because that's in the packet.
The other one that's in.
Oh.
6D's in the packet.
No, I'm sorry.
B is
It'd be.
Yeah, I don't think
B
C.
is script that goes from A to C.
I think we're okay then. I misread the minutes for the calendar. The calendar's fine. Unless I'm.
And C's in there, it's just consideration to appoint
Right.
Yep.
Barry.
So never mind. Just we're good to approve as is.
So a motion to approve as presented.
Consent agenda. Second.
We have a motion, a second for approval of the consent agenda. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. New business, item A, discussion and consideration of approval of opioid settlement memorandum of understanding and request to waive section 2-4-10A prior discussion rule. And I want to refer that to, you got the information on that?
Correct. Mr. Mayor, members of council, the opioid situation in America has been a tragedy. There's been a lot of legal wranglings and discussions about responsibility. Manufacturers are looking to work through settlements with states and counties. If they're working with Arizona, this simply is a requirement for us to participate, and if there is a settlement reached, we will be included in that settlement for opioids. And so we do need to get this passed by December 15th. And so that's where I'd ask you to waive the rules and just allows the Bill Sims put this together and allows us to be considered and included in any settlement in the future.
Is this through our city attorney or through the risk pool?
It's through our city attorney. Yeah.
Mayor, this is Fernando. I was reading through what we could spend the money on, and it sounded like it had to be either treatment, recovery, something to that effect, and or reimburse ourselves for expenses that we've incurred due to COVID. But unless we created some kind of accounting system to keep track of that, would we be able to go after money that we've lost because of it?
Do we have an estimated time how long this would take, or?
We do not. We know that we do not. I do not believe we know the amount yet, and the parameters are listed in here, but we haven't delved too deeply into what the settlement money would look like, the amounts, and what we would apply it for. So I don't have a good answer, Councilman Shipley, for that question.
Well, it says here Gila County's going to get 1.1 and Maricopa's going to get 57.93. So I think we're going to be on the lower limb.
Yeah.
And
Mr. Mayor, if there are no other questions or comments, I motion that we waive the rules and approve the method of understanding.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of opioid settlement memorandum. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. We go to our action items. Item A, consideration and possible approval of the City of Globe Business Relief Grant Program to provide relief funding to local businesses negatively affected by COVID-19 to be funded by general funds freed up by the acceptance of the Arizona CARES funding to be reallocated within the fiscal year 2021 capital improvement budget and transferred from various general fund CIP accounts, and to direct staff to contract with Local First Arizona Foundation to administer the program. So first, I want to start with just a few comments before we open it up for discussion with the council, and to see what the thought process is for the amount of allocation for our small business. First of all, I want to thank all our businesses for being here and being with us the last couple of council meetings, and also the town hall with your input and suggestions to help us get to this point. As I stated at the town hall, we can't change what's happened in the past, but we can plan to work forward in the future to continue the vital services. We understand that our city is a business too. We need to provide vital services for all our citizens: fire, police, sewer, water, and garbage. We cannot be compared to any other city that have done funding for the CARES Act. We all have unique funding and expenses within our own city. There's two cities that were brought up that I'd like to just briefly comment on. Superior, who's 1/3 our size, but gave 1/3 of their CARES Act money to the small business. We need to understand that Superior is getting millions of dollars from Resolution Copper, going back into their economy, going back into their small business. Because they're a new mine in the area, they are reinvesting back in that community, and there is millions of dollars that Superior is taking advantage of. Another city was Saharita, and that was brought up on social media and what they did. And he did a presentation with Governor Ducey. So I contacted their mayor and talked to them. So we need to compare apples to apples. Their population is 32,000 people. They're awarded $3.7 million in CARES Act money. They provided $420,000 to small business in their community. 11.6% of their CARES Act money was back to the small business. Their budget is $60 million a year. Ours is 10. Their fund balance is $20 million. Our fund balance is $3 million. Tax revenue generated annually for their city is $19.5 million. Our tax revenue annually is $5 million. So you gotta look at the whole picture and make sure we have all the financial status that we have to look at before we move forward on making a decision. As elected officials, we are the stewards of your money to make the right decisions. And there's laws, there's policies, there's codes, there's guidelines we need to follow. We can't just break the law and say we're gonna do this and that. We gotta make sure that we're following all the laws, otherwise it's gonna cost our city more money. Now is not the time to send negative propaganda in our community. Now is not the time to be divisive with our business community. There's enough of that in our nation going around already, with COVID, with hatred, with rudeness. This is a time we need to come together, to work together, to plan together for our future in our community. This is our community, and have respect for each other. We are partners. Some comments were made of transparency, sweeping things under the table, and hiding things. This is not the description of this council, I guarantee you. This council is hardworking, puts many hours in, informed, and truly cares about our community. We made a decision about the CARES Act funding that we thought was right at the time, in a public, transparent budget process to satisfy the requirements that the state had given us for this funding. $840,000 is not a lot of money when you start to break it down. We have spent of that already, or we haven't spent it, but we have documented $250,000 of hard costs that has gone for overtime, for sick leave, for FMLA, and for upgrades within our city. So that's something that needs to be replaced. And those costs continue today with no end in sight. This week has been our worst week for our city with COVID-related cases. So we're continuing to absorb more costs on a weekly basis. We have made certain committed funds to certain department upgrades, and some of those need to stay in place because of the uncertainty of the future. We still have a city to run, to provide services. Only place to take it from is, unfortunately, police and fire. Some of the project they have, and some of you stated that may have to be put on hold because of providing the funds. Public safety is expensive departments to run. They have training, they have equipment, and we have to maintain retention, and that's expensive. When we lose people, it costs us money, and that benefits our entire city. Our hope is to see additional stimulus money that will benefit our businesses, our citizens, and hopefully our cities after the first of the year. And then we can bring some of these projects back to fund. You the business owners, know yourselves better than any of us. You know who is struggling the worst. And those are the ones that we should prioritize that are close to failure. So if we have less business that apply, we have more money for funding. So this is what the discussion is for today, is that we need to come up with an amount that we feel comfortable putting forward to the small business and still maintaining our infrastructure within our city. I want to refer to our Vice Mayor first. He did put on that town hall, and if you can give thoughts on that. And I will go around on the council, and then I'll open up. I do have speak cards up here also.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for everybody for attending tonight. First of all, I want to thank everyone who attended the town hall the other night. I think it was very beneficial for everybody. Everybody got to speak what they wanted to say, and we too, in turn, got our chance to speak. I appreciate all of the comments and the discussions. Believe me when I tell you, your voices were heard. Our goal as a council is to put on our part to keep our local businesses open and to continue with our economic development plan, as the mayor said, to revitalize our downtown. I also want to take a minute to commend Linda Adonato. I know I've heard a lot of negative comments about her not reaching out. I know she reached out to several businesses, if not all the businesses. So I would like to commend her and her team for the hours that they put in finding the funding and the seminars available to keep small businesses open during this pandemic. Therefore, after a lot of thought, with that said, I would like to make the number in my mind, and it's just my opinion, that the city starts with a contribution of 12% instead of the $50,000 that we started with, or even the 10% that we all discussed. So that's where I personally would like to start, Mayor, is at the 12. And I do say start.
Thank you, Mike. Sure. Freddy, I'm just going to go around the room. You get any suggestion, comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I do want to share my my thoughts and my thanks to all of the business community that has been involved in this discussion for the last few meetings now, and even into the town hall. There was opportunity to hear your thoughts, your comments, suggestions, and I do share a lot of Mayor's thoughts about some of the things that were said that that just don't fit this council. I was disappointed to hear those things because, and I said it that night at the town hall meeting. That's not where this council's at. The council is not where we're somehow not being transparent. These discussions have been on the table for months, and so I would like to get past that, and I would hope that the business community will get past that because this is something that we do want to help. There's no doubt this council is committed to trying to help. But where are we? We're still in a pandemic. That $800,000+ is not somehow money that just keeps growing. It's dwindling because of the cost that this city has to pay for employees, for benefits, for anything that might be COVID related, to keep our staff operating and to keep the city operating. And that's our goal. That's not just, it's our obligation as a council, is to serve the greater good of the city, 7,000+ citizens and businesses included. We have to look at the grand scope of the challenges that we have. And Mayor's absolutely right that we can't use other cities disbursements of their CARES money because it's not apples for apples. We don't have the same revenues that some of those other cities do. So it's just impossible to try and meet those standards and those goals of some of those larger cities. But I feel confident that this council is committed to continue to help. And we have to help the needy. Those businesses that really, and those individuals, we heard some good comments about individuals that may not have licenses, but they're really deep in debt and need some assistance. And so, we look for criteria to help and see what we can do about that. And I hope that Arizona First can somehow model something that works for our community and works for our businesses. The city of Globe, not the town of Superior, not anybody else, our community. And let's be realistic. Who really is in those situations? I get every business is in some sort of deficit because of COVID, in one way or another. Some are doing okay, as we've heard in the council, the town hall meeting. Some are still doing all right. Some have just months left. And some have been shut down since March, completely. That's what we have to look. We you know, if we're going to be a community, if we're truly going to be a community, why not reach out to those businesses that really, truly have been impacted in a way that they may never come back? I don't know. But this is, you know, it's not a bailout program. We don't have the resources to bail out. It's an assistance. And that's all we can do is assist. Because our obligation is to provide service, police, fire, like Mayor said, to all of us. Quality of life is what we really want, even in a pandemic. And so, with that, I'm, you know, a starting point I think is good. I'm not going to say that it's going to be a one shot and we're done. If we can muster up the resources, if we can somehow find ways within our budgets to continue to support, I'm on board with that. But I'm also on board with our police and fire and their needs. Because we have been discussing their needs, and we've been watching their departments slowly just start to dwindle to where the quality of life is now in question. When you have a police vehicle, when you call and you have a police vehicle and you have an emergency in your place and they can't make it because that car's breaking down, what are we going to hear? What's this council going to hear? You knew it. Why didn't you do anything about it? We're doing something about it. We've been building our police force. We've been building their infrastructure. And we're showing, and it's the proof that's proven, the dividends are showing. Crime rates are down. We used to get complaints from the business community about loitering and the undesirables camping out in front of their stores. Those complaints have gone silent. What does that mean? Our resources and our what we heard from the business community then, we took it to heart and we decided we've got to do something about this. So, you know, I'm not saying crime rates are completely down. I'm not, police chief can probably answer to that. But I can say as a council, we're not hearing those complaints like we used to hear. And that wasn't long ago, less than a year ago. So, you know, that's my commitment as a council member, is to make sure that we continue that path to provide all of us the quality of life that we all cherish and want. So, you know, as a starting point, and, you know, this is going to be a task for all of us to figure out where we're going to muster up this kind of money to provide the needy. At this point, I'm okay with 10%, and if I had a cap for a starting point, I'd say 12%. So I'm in a 10 to 12% range. Thank you, Mayor.
Mike?
Well, after all that you've heard, you know, I've got to agree with Councilman Rios. You know, I'm an advocate for the police department and the fire department. I think they're essential to this community. But you folks, the business folks, are also essential to this community. And I believe that we can find some money in there. I was a little shocked by the copy of the email I got when I came down this evening by the request. I congratulate you for having the nerve to come in and ask for $340,000. I think that's high, but I believe that, I was kind of set on the the 10% starting point that Councilwoman Giles brought up about a month ago. And apparently there's been some more discussion, and people are looking at 12%, which I can't tell you what that number is, but I think it might be a fairly decent starting number, because not everybody's going to be accepted for the loan program once Local First looks at it and see who's qualified. Not everybody's going to get it, but some of you are going to get it, and some of you deserve it. Some of you need it. I understand that. I'm in the high risk area. I don't go shopping. I go to the grocery store. I go to the doctor, and I do takeout. Okay, that's why you don't see me around town. Okay, I don't want to be out there. In fact, this is the first time I've sat and worn my mask all day, and I've even asked the city manager to eliminate this row of seats that are here, because I sit down here, and I want to protect you folks as well as you are protecting me. But I understand your needs. I know it's there, and I'm willing to look at the numbers. I think 12. Like I said, I was at 10, but I could go to 12%. And if we have to look at it with the way this pandemic thing's going, and the new Congress coming in, there's probably going to be more monies available. There's no guarantee of that, but it looks like there's some discussion about that. So there may be a couple of more opportunities to go through this program. And that's all I have to say, Mr. Mayor. I could go 10 or 12.
Fernando?
Thanks, Daniel.
I got a couple things out of the meeting that I didn't really think about, and that was when Maritza brought up the independent contractors. And so I know that we have some say in how we administer the program. So I'd really like us to consider if somebody's doing business under someone's existing city business license, I'd like us to figure out a way that we can accommodate them so they can still apply. I think the other thing that came out over and over was the 10 employee cutoff. But I would like to see us basically make clear that that's a full-time equivalent. So if you got 4 people working 10 hours, that's 1 employee, not 4. I think that would help a lot. As far as the dollar amount, so here's my concern. I know that $843,000 sounds like a lot of money, but it goes really fast. And we've been incurring extra costs because of COVID. So when we lose somebody to COVID and we're still paying them, and we have to, that's what some of that money was for. And originally, when we first got the money, we were told that the safest way to spend it was on public safety, because that was the only guideline we had at that time. So that's where we allocated the money. So my concern is this. If our revenues are down because everybody else's revenues are down, we don't have the ability to print money. I mean, the federal government can do that, but we can't do that. And so if we run out of money, we're having trouble paying our bills, the only thing we can do is either go to property taxes or sales taxes to raise that money. And so to me, that's not very smart. It'd be kind of short-sighted. But saying that, I would like to see, and I've asked Paul to kind of try to look at the numbers to see how we're doing, because we knew we were going to lose tax revenue. So we know that we're not going to be where we would normally be. But after that, where are we? And I feel like if whatever we can afford to give up, and granted, we, like Freddy said, they're talking about another stimulus plan, but in Washington, they don't agree to a whole bunch. And so right now they're still fighting over that. And I don't know that we're going to get any more money. So we really we gotta save some for the future, because if we don't have that revenue coming in, we're going to be short. And again, that leaves us to raising taxes. Saying that, I would feel comfortable trying to release as much as we can, leaving some cushion for projected shortfalls in revenues. So I don't really have a cap or a percentage as much as how much money got freed up, how much money do we anticipate we would still need going forward, and then what's left. Now, like the mayor said, that money has been spent and allocated, but that did free up money that we had tied up. What can we afford to give? And I would be willing to give as much as we can afford to give. And that's it, Mayor.
Thank you, Fernando. Jesse?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to say I wasn't there at your guys' town hall meeting, but I did go back and I watched the meeting. So I want you all to know that I do appreciate and you were heard. With that being said, I don't know if, Paul, this is still what we're going off of, correct, of what we agreed that we would spend the money on?
Yeah, no, there's been no changes made to the CIP, the CARE CIP at this time.
Okay. In going through this, and if we're talking about what kind of money we would throw out, I don't know a percentage offhand, but I do know that without touching a Type 3 fire engine, without touching the police vehicles, without touching the self-contained breathing apparatuses or the handheld radios, just doing math at the top of my head, I think we can come up with $150,000. And I think, if we were going to already pull $50,000 from contingency, an even number of $200,000, if that can withstand. I mean, we can phase some of these to phase 3. I feel that without our business community, we lose one business, we're not going to be able to continue phase 3 or phase 2 or phase whatever you'd like to call it, and continue buying these vehicles or continue paying for these upgrades to the city. So I understand the importance of it, and I am fully vested in every department in the city, making sure that they succeed just as the business community does. I go downtown and I see the struggles. I mean, you go through Globe, you see the struggles. People are hurting. People aren't shopping. People aren't eating out. They're not going to the businesses like they used to. They're afraid of COVID. I understand that. So I get it. Businesses have been shuttered. They haven't been able to open. So I understand that. But I do understand the need for the police vehicles. I do understand for the Type 3 fire engine that has been on our CIP item for many years now, since I've been on. And so without touching those and being able to come up with just taking out little $5,000 here or there, or holding off on different phases, I think that's something this council should look at. I don't know what the criteria would be, and I do know that in this criteria it doesn't state that they would ask for if you've already received funding or what that funding looked like. I think that maybe that should be entered within the criteria or something to look at as far as different funding places. I know some got loans, some got grants, but just making sure that who needs it gets it. I don't want somebody who's gotten $400,000 to come and try and get more money when there's a business that could be shuttered tomorrow. I do agree this isn't a bailout program. We can't bail out every single business. I understand that. But if we can help out in any way, I think we need to be there. That's what the city's for, right? You give to the city and hoping that when it's time for us to give back, we give back. So I thank you for your time, and thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you, Jesse. Charlene?
I pretty much agree with everything everybody has said. Our chief of police will tell you that we've never been fully staffed. Is that not correct? Don't tell me something different now.
No.
Oh, no.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. We are currently staffed right now, and it's the first time that we've been fully staffed in over 15 years, as far as my best guess goes.
That's such a big deal.
Just recently.
That is such a big deal for this community, and it is why we are having the success in the drug busts and the problems we were having with the vagrants and et cetera. So all of that said, yay to the police department. We need dependable cars. We've got 5 brand new ones ordered. I'm sitting over there at UDON's, correct? Are they over there?
They just shipped
They're-
AEP today, I believe.
So we need those, and our officers deserve. It's hard to get in a vehicle that has 350,000 miles on it that hasn't been cleaned out because you've got 3 minutes from shift changes, and Evil might have left some dog bones in there or something else. We don't know. That's hard for your workers to do that, and they deserve decent vehicles, and they deserve a maintenance program and all of that. I also want to say, and this is definitely due to many police officers over there and our public works guys, that building was totally redone. We were looking at spending, I don't even know, what was it, $1 million, at least more, $1 million on a new police facility. That was done for a couple $100,000, a fraction of what it would cost. And then we also got the evidence building, the new police evidence building. We've really made some big strides, and I think all of that's great. I don't want to leave you out, Gary, of the fire department, because those guys do great work over there for sure, and we don't have any complaints. My two thoughts were the part-time matters to me. I think you have a business, you work through somebody else. That doesn't mean you're only working 18 hours a week. It means you might be working 50. You just don't know. Those folks count too, and they should get part of this money. I think the 10 employees or less part-time should be considered. We had examples at the town hall meeting. We had the hair salons and the nail places and the DQ and places we know, La Casita, I'm sure, whoever has part-time, whether they're kids or whoever work, they work part-time. So that matters, and they should all count. I've done this math over and over and over again. I think we can keep our police cars and keep the fire truck and still come up with 17.5%. I'm trying to get to 150,000. I can't make it happen. $147,525 is 17.5%. And I think that's a reasonable amount. I think it's reasonable to the businesses. I think it's reasonable to the city. I wish it was 50%, but we don't know what's coming down the pike.
Thank you, Charlene. So we'll hold any for further discussion. I'd like to hear from, we do have 4 call cards. I'd like to bring them up. First one, I have Paul Austin, High Desert. I'm sorry, Pam. My fault. My eyes are.
Yep.
I'm here from High Desert Humane Society. We weren't at your town meeting. We didn't hear about it until later on because we've been so busy trying to get things together, and we've been working with limited staff, as I'm sure many other people have. We have been hit really hard this year, and I know we take care of the animals, not the people, but with the COVID concerns and so many people being ill, it's forced many people to go into secondary care facilities, out of their homes, being out, unable to cover their rent. They've had to relinquish animals as they go into other settings to live. And so we've gotten an influx of dogs and cats, and in a year where we should have had money-making opportunities that should have brought in at least around $90,000, we were knocked down. For example, $20,033 is what we were going to get from United Fund. That was dropped to $833. So that's a huge, huge loss for us. It's making us it's putting pressure on us to start cutting back. We're dealing with less people and more animals to deal with. We're trying very hard to keep going. We don't want to paint a totally negative picture, but we really have been hurt this year. Most of our functions that brought in money are now have been removed because of COVID, even though we've tried to come up with other ideas to make things happen. The TNR program that I specifically run, which is the Trap, Neuter, Release program, we in 1 year, right through COVID, right through everything, we have done over 350 feral cats. That's doing 10 a week, and now and that's minus the times that were shut down because of COVID down in the valley. We did those. We are in debt for that. That cost us, it cost us about $13,000 to do it. And we were counting on some of that $20,000 or the $90,000 that we would have done to cover that. Those are all things that are going to go away. We've made a good influx. Yeah, we did great for 1 year. And now at Altered Tales down the valley, you say high desert. They called me today and asked me if I wanted a couple of days all to ourselves. And they can do as many as 100 animals a day for neutering and trapping. Did we want one all for ourselves? And I said, we can't. We don't have the money. There's no money there. But we will lose every bit of progress we've made in this 1 year, in our very first year. We've just hit that year mark. We'll lose every bit of that progress that we made, even through the COVID times, if we don't get some help. So I would just I'm not asking for a specific number. I'm not asking for a ton. I'm asking for whatever can be donated out to us to please not forget, because all of the animals that are coming into us need placement. And we take that pretty seriously. And they've needed medical. A lot of them are older animals. Not all of them are animals that someone else is going to want right away, or are the cutest or the youngest. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Stacy?
Mayor, City Council members, thank you for your time today. Just to go back to some of the comments that you guys made at the beginning of this action item, I just want to state first and foremost, we appreciate you giving us the town hall meeting to explain to you what we need or what our concerns are. But I do want to say I didn't want to reflect on any of the past. I was very positive forward, future forward in everything I had to say that evening. But I do want to just say this is something that when we were referring to the other cities, it was because they did it in the beginning. It wasn't the apples to apples numbers necessarily. It was the fact that they asked and they saw the need. That was for me what the comparison was. Because if you go back to previous city council meeting, I did tell you that the average was 10 to 12%. Not necessarily providing that as something to go by, but I'm just giving you an explanation of why that was, for me, a comparison. It was just the fact that, like I said before, after multiple times of meeting with the town, and in respect to the comment regarding Linda Adanero, when I said in the meeting that none of the city council members reached out to me, I never said the city staff didn't. Linda Adanero reached out to me multiple times. She sent me texts, emails, gave me a lot of information. And if you refer back to that, I also thanked her and Paul for putting this grant together. I just want to say there was no negative connotation in that respect. It was more the council members knowing our situation, because Linda knew a lot of our situation. I just want to refer back to those two comments that were made. And also, in the town hall meeting, I also did say, for me, this is a bigger scale than just the businesses. If you remember, I specifically stated there is nonprofit organizations out there that are hurting much worse than the businesses in Glow. And if there is any way whatsoever to help provide for them, I'm telling you right now, this business community would probably support that as well. We know, because we talk to them and we're members of those boards, of those organizations. We know how bad they're hurting. We don't know how to make that work, but as another comparison of the cities, that's what our reference was to. It wasn't so much about the specific percentages or the numbers, just that they did it. And I'll tell you right now, I sell Globe every day. Make me be proud to sell Globe. That's all I'm asking. It's not so much about the fact that we don't think that you guys want to help. We just want you guys to know we're here, we're in support, we respect your decision, whatever it may be. We just want to say, hey, look over here, pay attention. Because we are part of the people that need help, but we're also friends and neighbors of the people that need help. And that's why we're here. That's why we spent so many hours here. It's not a selfishness, and I feel like kind of that's what we're getting from some of the comments that were made. It's not that at all. We're seeing it amongst everybody, our own employees, our neighbors, whatever the organization. So I just want to say we appreciate the fact that you've gone to this point. It's too bad that it happened the way it happened, but we're over that. Let's move on. and thank you for the opportunity for us to take up your time and your city council members and your town hall meetings and the fact that you created this grant, because we do appreciate it. I don't want it to sound like we don't, because we do. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Stacy. Got Sarah Bernstein.
Mayor and Council, thank you for hearing us out. As I take all this in, I think the one thing for sure is we're all in this together. It may be semantics that separates us. It may be somebody is sitting behind a counter, somebody's here in a chair, but this isn't just your town. It's not our town. It's not a business community. It's not a charity situation. It's everybody's situation. It's all of us. And we should all be committed to playing for the same team, because we all belong to the same team. And I agree with what Stacy is saying. I think a lot of it is perhaps we just want to be heard, and it's not just for the business community, but to take measures to help people in this community in need, whether it's the Humane Society, whether it's our food bank, whether it's Meals on Wheels that provides services for seniors. We have so many people in this community that have needs that need to be met. And as far as the numbers, if you think of how many people are out there that hold business licenses with the City of Globe, and you look at this number that's been tossed out, this $350,000 number, and you apply that to the number of businesses and what they generate, when you break it down, it's really not that large of a number. I will point out that when Globe back in its day became incorporated, it was the businesses and the people that chose to live here that made this community. And all of us who reside in this community, every day we give to this community to make it a better place. Every day when I say my prayers, I ask God, I pray that for the strength, the grace, and the courage so that I may use my time, my talent, and my treasure to make a positive difference. That's my personal mantra. Maybe that's a little too much information. But when I look around this room and I see the people that I know, and I've known some of these people for a very long time, their heart is in the right place. If we want other people to invest in us from the outside, we have to be willing to invest in us first. Just for numbers, my mind is listening to the two previous presentations, one regarding the development of the Hollis property, the second regarding the area out by the fairgrounds that's referred to as the Mariposa. Just doing some numbers, what we're putting forth as a number is 1/34 of that project. And some of us in this room, we have been in the trenches providing quality service and collecting revenues for this city for decades. We're not pie in the sky, we're not a potential development. We're here, we're real, and we're committed. I thank you for the efforts that you have put in, for the words that you have had to share, and at the end of the day, I've said it before and I'll say it again, we're all Americans, and if anybody's going to find a solution and do it well, it's going to be us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have Erica Flores.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Vice Mayor Stapleton, happy birthday. I'm sure you would rather be spending it many other ways. Thank you. So, just to address some of the things that were said earlier in the meeting, I was the person who wrote the social media post in regards to Solidaridad and how they spent their money. And it was not a jab at our city. It was in reference to the statement that I made at the town hall meeting last week when I said that our city could have been the city that was recognized as doing something great for their businesses. So when I just a day later saw that with Governor Ducey and he's recognizing this mayor in their city and what they did for business owners, it was like, that's exactly what I was talking about. That could be us, that could be Globe. And it really stood out to me. In reference also to a statement that Councilman Shipley made earlier about the city and how they're still incurring costs. You guys are still incurring costs related to COVID. We fully, as business owners, understand that because we too are still incurring costs due to COVID. You received an email, it was a letter on behalf of the City of Globe businesses, and so I'm going to read that. This is not from me, I'm just speaking on behalf of business owners and other organizations in our community. This was something that we have discussed in great detail and we wanted to share with all of you. My name is Erica Flores and I'm speaking on behalf of the City of Globe business owners. These business owners have come together in solidarity to request that the City of Globe allocate $350,000 from the general fund to provide qualifying businesses with grants of no less than $2,500 and up to $10,000 per qualifying business to support the continued viability of the Globe businesses experiencing financial hardship due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. This request is in response to the AZ CARES Fund monies received by the City of Globe in June of 2020 in the amount of $843,484. As business owners in the city of Globe, we feel this to be of the utmost importance. We ask you, the council, to invest in your local community and the businesses who make it thrive. On behalf of Ken Bernstein from Bird Seismic Services, Paul Bill Milbury from Historical Arms and Antiques, Virginia Milbury, Military Historical Arms and Antiques, Diana Cook, rancher with DC Cattle Co., Sarah Anna Bernstein, Simply Sarah's, Teresa Griffin Hicks, Griffin Cattle Ranch, Storm Canyon Investments, Outlaw Financial, Lori Hott on behalf of Peggy Viksanovich for MV Enterprises, Connie's Liquor Store, and the Butcher Hook, Matlock Gas and Equipment, El Ranchito Motel, Pat Mounts, Globe Stockyards, Pinal Lumber, Jason Marr, 290 North Broad Street, Mickey Nye, Dairy Queen, Michelle Neighbor, Dairy Queen, Gail Lennox, local realtor, Jill Wilson, Farm Bureau Financial, Avient Hospice, medical director, Ashley Olmstead, the Naughty Fox, Cindy Phillips, Turn the Page, Catherine Ryan, United Jewelry, Adrian Villalobos, La Casita Cafe, Lorraine Etchell, Spacecraft, Hi Sun Kim, JC's Formal, John Wong, Bloom, Deborah Yurkovich, Bravo, Margaret Crossett, MLNH, Bill Johnson, B&G Electrical Repair, Scott Crick, Oasis Printing, Yvonne Riviera, Earth Mover Tires, Tina McCary, Power Elite Dance, Maria Curiel, El Ranchito Restaurant, Francisco Curiel, Curiel's Construction, Christy Cawthorn, Bouquets on Broad Street, Stacy Waddell, Stacy's Art and Soul, Linda Gross, Cedar Hill Bed and Breakfast, Dawn Brand, Jackson Hewitt, Tracy Quick, The Huddle, Johnny Reynoso, Chalos, Rita Reichel, Irene's, Jess Martin, Martin Motor, Stephen Villalobos, Puff on Smoke Shop, Edward Villalobos, Ed's La Casita East, Stephanie Marr, Action Pawn, Zen from China Taste, Roberta Reynoso, J&R's El Rey, Deneen Garcia, The Body Shop, Jumbo's Chinese Restaurant, Excellent Nail and Spa, Yvonne Stapleton, Vonnie's Pizza, Matthew Storms, American Family Insurance, Ryan J. Murray, Globe Gym, Stacy Murray, Kachina Properties, L. Paul Contreras, Corona Signs, Eric Dufresne, Oak Realty, Rodney Courtney, Copper Bistro, Albert J. Gore, Shell Rapid Lube, Ricky from Big O Tires, Sandra Jameson, Coppertown Home Store, Elizabeth Mabbitt, Cami Lucero, State Farm, Randy Sullivan, Sullivan Payment, Maritza Hurtado, Dominion for Her, Greg Walker, CrossFit Globe, Erica Flores, Zona Ice and Pretty Kind Boutique, Sarah Alexander, Pretty Kind Boutique, Joshua Bryant, Antidote Massage, Mary Joy Young, Tri-City Furniture, Desmond Baker, Vita E Cafe, Globe Hair, Becky Martinez, Globe Hair, Jessica Peace of Peace Out Salon, April Mikeworth, Peace Out Salon, John Daniel Flores, Dominion Cutting Co., Henry Bejarano of Merle Automotive, Tim Pulowski, Be Optimistic, and Bernie's Awards, Udon McSpadden with McSpadden Ford, Kimberly McSpadden Ford, Pam Austin, High Desert Humane Society, Monica Hernandez, Blondies, Amber Miller, Blondies, Michelle Pettit, Chapter 1 Wellness Center, Laura A. Brown, Peace Out Salon, Savannah Bertoldo, Peace Out Salon, Marlene Berman, Sheila's Beauty Salon, Adrian Dorme, Sheila's, Larry Abels with Abels, Stella Burgett Tap Room, Adrian Chesley, Sheila's Salon, Tanya Holgren at your fingertips. Again, this is the request and in support from local businesses and organizations, and we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Paul, do we have any online that we need to acknowledge?
Mr. Mayor, I do. I have 4 here that I need to do, and so I'm gonna, this is from Tracy Quick, Mayor Gameros and council members. Tonight I would like to lean towards the positive, since it seems that we have made good progress with COVID relief funding of Globe's many merchants affected by partial and total shutdowns. It wasn't all pretty getting there, but what we have learned is that there is a very diverse group of merchants that once were mostly going on their own way, and and that looking forward, this never be the case again. I believe that when we finally come out of this pandemic disaster, that the City of Globe will be stronger, having worked together to reach this point. I would like to thank the mayor and council for perhaps being slow out of the gate, but then listening to the people and giving them a say in how some portion of the COVID relief funding will be distributed. I would especially like to thank my home district council member, Jesse Leatham, and my business district councilwoman, Charlene Giles, for their endless support for us little guys. They are why we see a wee bit of hope on the horizon for some of the hard-hit businesses. But more importantly, they are both aware, they are both always available to answer questions and to seek solutions to problems. And I admit they're pretty good at just listening if someone just needs to complain about something. Yeah, I might do that on occasion, she says. So Jesse and Charlene are invaluable to the community. I consider having them as my representatives a bonus to my personal and business lives. Thank you again to the mayor and entire council. I hope that everyone has a very Merry Christmas. Regards, Tracy Quick, The Huddle. That's one. And then let me get organized here. I'll pull up. And this one is from Jill Wilson, dated 12/8/2020, City Globe. Dear Mayor and Council members, it has been brought to my attention that you have been awarded a significant amount of money in regards to the Arizona CARES funding in June of this year. I am disheartened but not surprised to find out that local businesses are just recently being made aware of these funding dollars. In these times of challenge, I would have hoped the elected officials would have been searching for ways to help local businesses, who, by the way, continue to collect tax dollars for you. I had hoped there would be widespread encouragement and support, looking outside the box for many ways to assist your local tax base and community members. It seems that the city keeps sitting behind the curve of progress and support, and then is left trying to make amends for the lack of effort. $834,000, even at 1/3 allocation, to help our small businesses who are suffering should have been what your moral compass would have pointed you to. Many of these businesses are looking for a helping hand, not a handout, and not a handouts in caps. And to be honest, you'll probably recover some of it anyway in the form of tax collected. Personally, I believe that a man's true judge of character is revealed in times of challenge, because everyone can act good when things are going smoothly. I'm not sure what kind of effort on behalf of the business and community needs to be made, but the mayor and council need to begin an extraordinary effort to repair its image and trust with the business community. Please consider supporting those who continue to collect taxes for you. It's a win for the city. Sincerely, Jill Wilson. And I have one more. And yeah, this will be the last. This is written on behalf of Odnetto Construction and Kimberly Odnetto. So let me read from the top. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is, this is the Erica Flores letter. So this one was already read. Okay, so she forwarded it and signed it. Let me double check and make sure. I think that's all I have. And let's see, make sure see what this one is. We got their messages within messages, so I'm trying to fill them out here. Make sure we don't miss anybody. Here it comes. Oh, no, it's a PowerPoint. Mr. Mayor, members of council, that's all I have.
Kimberly Odnetto did not write one in?
Who's that?
Forwarded the letter.
She forwarded the letter.
Forwarded the letter that Erica read.
Okay.
Yeah, so I didn't want to reread it. It's the same.
Well, Eddie, her Yorkie, read it to me today, so I wanted to just make sure I heard it here.
Yeah, no, it was the same letter.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and let me double check my mail. Make sure there are no recent additions here. That looks like the ones that we have, and then Erica's letter. And I think that's everything.
Thank you, Paul. I just want to thank everybody that made comments here and also online. And again, your voices are being heard. I'm going to throw some numbers out there. I didn't listen to you. I don't think there's no way we could meet the 350,000 landmark, but and I appreciate the 12% that was considered, the 17.5% on this side also. I don't think we can reach. I agree with if we can get up to the 17.5% and allocate somewhere around $150,000 back to our business. But along with that, doing my math and what's there and seeing the budget, I still say that there's 10,000 there for several departments that we still costing us for upgrades. We have there's some there for EDC that we need to continue our efforts in marketing. We have commitment to police cars that we purchased that we got to pay for. And then fire still has radios and stuff they do. I don't think with your number that we can reach the 150,000 without putting on hold the extra police cars and the fire truck altogether. I know I'm going to hear it from the fire guys, but I mean, it's just on hold that sometime down the road that we can bring them back. But if we were to allocate that would give us a contingency amount of about 130,000 for our city. And I'm sorry, that's after paying back our 250 that we've already cost us. I should have started with that. 250 that cost us, that leaves us with $590,000. We have about $440,000 that I'm suggesting keeping contingency to follow up what we're committed to, and that leaves $150,000 for the small business. I hope that, you know, I probably get
Mr.
into finance.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, what numbers did you take from? Because if we don't touch the Type 3 fire engine, the handheld radios, the self-contained breathing apparatuses, the PD vehicles, the security phase 2 for the police department, and we take everything else except for the public communication software and tools, you come up with 145,000. And that's and I understand with ED department and marketing, but I feel that we can backfill that from contingency if need be, rather than this money.
Yeah, I with my figures, I don't think we can do it without pulling the truck and the extra police vehicles. And I can break it down, 250 to repay ourselves, it costs already. Police around 225 to allocate for the vehicles they bought. Fire still, it leaves them at 60,000. 10,000 for the departments that still need to upgrade. EDC at 15, keeping us 130,000 for contingency funds, and that leaves 150,000 for. That comes out to 840,000. Is that the correct number?
Roughly.
Mm-hmm. And that's my figures. You know, they may either way. I know it doesn't meet the 350, but it leaves us with some money to continue to run our city, because like I said, we don't know what the future is for us. We really don't.
Can you come up to the microphone so people can?
Yeah, we got people on the line.
I think if I remember correctly, I think that you had a figure of something like $245,000 that you were attributing through the public safety monies that came to you for police and fire. It was for salaries. You were taking that money that was coming out of the 840 some odd thousand and putting it to pay salaries. I'm going to assume that the previous year you would have already had in the budget monies to pay these salaries. So when you took the COVID money and you slid it into the budget, you basically had an advantage of $245,000 because the COVID monies paid the salaries, and off the ledger then, the monies that you had already attributed to pay the salaries the previous year were returned to the general fund. So it's not just COVID monies for COVID monies. As these COVID monies enter, other parts of your ledger that would have been used to service those debts, you will be ahead.
Yeah, and our initial request was for $1.1 million because we could submit total salaries for police and fire. We were only allocated $840,000. So that money, that satisfied the budget. We cleared the slate for the salaries. Put that 840,000, you're right, into the general fund. That left that balance there. But since that time, we have accumulated $250,000 in costs with overtime, with sick leave, with FMLA, so decreasing that amount. We still had a commitment to police cars at an amount of $225,000, I think it was, and some other stuff. There may be some other stuff. The fire still had commitment of $60,000. So, yeah, I see what you're saying, but there was no extra. I think that leaves us about $500,000 to play with in order to satisfy the commitments we have, and you'll have to take the truck out, you'll have to take the additional police cars out, and then something that we can pick up maybe with our fund balance in the future as needed. You know, I think it's more important that we, right now at this time, put some money into small business with still a commitment to come back with these figures.
I agree, and I think everyone in this room understands that, as you have admitted, and even what my first comment at the town hall meeting, why I brought up the Action 800 or 8,000, as I've said, this is late for me, was that even in February, you were starting to study as an entity what your sunk costs would be related to COVID. I mean, I think all of us in this room have definitely had sunk costs related to COVID, so I completely understand. I'm not being disrespectful in what I'm saying. I understand, and I absolutely agree. I am by no means a person who says defund the police or don't support your fire department, or that's not me at all. I mean, that's part of our community and an important part of our community. But also as a person who's involved in running a few businesses, every year we have a fleet. We have trucks that go out and do their thing, and believe me, we have to accommodate for that every year. You can bet on you're going to have some tires. Maybe somebody's going to blow a transfer case, maybe whatever's going to go on. This is monthly we address these things as well. So I know that some of this is part of your regular business plan, and luckily some of these monies came to us. It's just, I think, some of our considerations may be of more of an immediacy than others, and that's what I'm pointing out. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, anyway, I can do a rundown when you're ready as to how I recommend achieving, Mr. Mayor, what you were talking about. Yeah, and we had ran some.
Pretty close. We were pretty close.
Yeah, but and what this would do was to fund this at 150. It also puts money back into our budget. Our sunk costs keep growing and growing, and also give us some buffer. I think the biggest thing that I've found out is, maybe I'm sometimes too positive, but I'm like, I really thought, come July, August, the heat, this would burn out. I thought, okay, come September, this would burn out. I thought, it'd be over, we'd be ready to go by January. Not happening. I think by pulling back fire and police right now, what I call a council freeze on this, it's not saying we're not going to buy them, we're just not going to buy them right at this moment until we get this straightened out. Even if none of this had happened, given the circumstances of the of the situation and the way the pandemic is done, we would never have brought those additional costs forward just because it was not the right time. This is not the right time to be spending that kind of money until we know what the exit plan. When is this going to get better? When will we know what our true costs are? And so the way I see, Mayor, what you're proposing is if we pull fire and police vehicles, put them on hold.
No, we still purchase the initial, but not the additional. Yeah. No, we still take care of the one.
Yeah, we have the 5. The 5 that you saw in the trailer that's committed. Council committed for those in June. Yeah, that was the original 5. There's only 3 left in fire, and we're not touching phase 2 of the building for for police. Phase 2, there's about 106,000 in improvements that the police department desperately needs, and that they're stitching together. They're working on the other parts of that building.
Give that up for their fire truck.
So, but and I don't know if it's Ms. Mayor, if this is a good time to hear from public safety.
I guess. I'm getting that.
That's a frowny face there now.
The word was hold, remember, Chief.
Freeze. It'll warm up soon.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and all the business owners. The reality of it is nobody's ever experienced what we've been going through for the last 8 or 9 months. And I completely agree that if there's any way that the city can do something to try to help the business owners, we're not going to make them whole, but if we can do something to help them, we should. The fact that both Gary and I are very familiar with budgetary processes, and it's been a struggle for years and years, but we are making progress, and with the commitment from council that it's not completely gone away, it's just kind of on hold, we can just hope that things keep improving and we're able to turn it around. We hit the critical need for the first 5. This is not something that's going to go away. I mean, the reason that the vehicle situation is in the position that it's in is because it has not been addressed for years and years. This council has to recognize that. We've put a plan in place to address that, because if we don't continue with that plan as time goes on, we're going to be in the same place we were now. So, but having said all that, council's been very good to the police department. This community's been very supportive of the police department, and I think it's important that we're supportive of the business community that actually makes it possible for us to operate as a city. So we're all in, and we're not going to balk at anything we understand, and so we're going to keep moving forward. So unless there's a specific question for me.
That was well said, by the way.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, you're up, Gary. Here we go.
I would echo what Dale said. We are here. We're in support of this community. We continue to be in support of this community. The one thing I would add to the whole conversation, and I've said it in numerous presentations, the reason we put forward what we put forward is it provides a pathway not only to fund the initial truck, it puts forward a pathway, if we manage it right and do it right and plan correctly, to pay for future purchases, or at least portions of future purchases that will relieve some of the burden of the community members, and provide for equipment that is going to that's going to serve the community for years to come. And so, however we go about that, that is 100% up for this council to decide with hopefully some input on how we can do that, and some good strategic planning. But that is a means of going about that, and not only providing for the community, but also relieving some of the burden on the taxpayers to fund the equipment, because the reality of it is fire probably costs over time quite a bit more to fund than a lot of other departments. And we've got a dedicated group of individuals that have spent a lot of time in wildland stuff, and we've taken and we've got a lot of use out of the truck that we have. We've brought some income back to the city, and I just think if we have the opportunity to plan to go forward, we can plan and really make a difference in the needs that we have in updating fleet and keeping trucks on the road that are going to provide service 20, 25 years into the future.
Thank you, Chief.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, I do know that, I'm just looking at my notes from the conversation here. We have council members spread over between the 12%, 10 to 12% is between 80 and 100,000, and then Mayor, you're a little bit higher. Do you want to double check it before I run some numbers on what that final number? Where do we think council's at on the number?
I believe
100. Sorry, Charlene.
You go ahead.
I believe 150K is about 18%.
Oh.
So I'm good with 18% to start with that.
Second.
So I moved it up.
Well, and I'm just looking for, we're going to do one big motion, but I just wanted to know which, if I'm going to do some quick calcs, I wanted to know where everybody's at, because I know.
Starting at 12 for me, I'm willing to start at 18.
Swear. Ready? I want to back up a little bit and just touch on what Chief Robinson talked about. You know, we've talked about it, and you know, I just want there to be a real understanding of the opportunity we have with the Type 3. Of all the vehicles that the city may own to provide service, this one vehicle has 100% potential to create revenues for the city. It's proven. It's proven. There's a vehicle at Tri-City that's already doing it, that's been doing it for what, a couple, 3 years now, Gary?
About 5.
5 years? Okay. And, you know, when you look at that, you know, we have to look at managing the city like a business, right? We can't just keep taxing people. You know, that's, you know, taxes are taxes, but if we could just keep levying taxes to create revenues, that doesn't make any of us happy, me included. But here we have a unit that has probably a life expectancy, if it's well maintained and our group maintains their vehicles, 15, 20 years?
Yes.
So we have potential of 15, 20 years of creating revenues from a city piece of equipment, an apparatus. Gary, you want to answer that? The question was how much?
Mr. Mayor, council members, you know, that is always going to be dependent on seasons and stuff like that. I can give you just a figure this year with the Tri-City engine. They generated, I think, just under $250,000 in profit.
In
on
profit?
On that one truck this year. Now, granted, that, you know, that is a, you know, that's a lot of time out. That's a lot of time out for personnel being out and stuff like that. But, you know, it's, some of that revenue was generated here within our own community in responding to the fires that we had. Some of that revenue was generated, you know, California responses, I think primarily responses to California. It's not something that's going away. It's not something that but it's also, you know, it's also not a guarantee. You know, there's lean years and stuff like that, and but again, if planned right, you know, that equipment has the chance to rapidly pay for itself. The unit that they have, that pays about half of that unit right there. You know, so, you know, if planned correctly, you know, it has the ability to, you know, going forward over a period of time to fund, you know, to provide funding for a lot of needed equipment, not just for the fire department, because, you know, I know places that have put it into a equipment CIP fund, and they've, you know, police departments, potentially public works, fire departments, you know, they may compete for some of that funding some of those years to pay for that, but it reinvests back into the community.
Thank you. Thank you. And, you know, the other thing is that we as a council know what's coming down the pike with another apparatus that this community will need, and it's a ladder truck. And the ladder truck, again, is at the end of, or reaching the end of its useful life. And if I remember, the dollar amount on that, was it 1 to 2 million?
1.2.
1.2? So, you know, we are thinking about these costs and how are we going to subsidize these costs that are coming down the road. These are substantial, right? So I just want to, you know, I want to emphasize that, you know, I think we really need to really pay close attention to the ladder, or I'm sorry, the Type 3, and and when we make a decision about what's going to be on hold and what we're going to move forward with, because of all the units that we're talking about, this is the one that can create revenues and help our budgets and help our citizens in, you know, in any way that we can. So, thank you.
Sarah, you need.
Thank you. Mr. or Councilman Rios, I hear what you're saying about earning revenue off of this truck. Just as a different way of looking at it, the list of names that were read of businesses, these are people who are basically revenue tools for you currently. Not one item that could potentially win a bid to create revenue. The way I understand it is, when you have a fire situation, if you have one of those trucks, you have to bid against other municipalities or other groups that possess that equipment. And it's if you are given that bid, then obviously you'll gain that revenue. I'm saying by investing in our business community, it's not investing in one truck, it's almost investing in 300 trucks that are in the trenches, some of us almost 7 days a week, collecting revenue and working for this community. Just a little different spin on it. Because I view all of us as tools collecting revenue to keep this city running. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Any other comments?
So,
Mike, can you turn your mic on?
Oh, your mic. You took it off.
Start over.
You need one you gotta wear.
I'm not an actor or movie star. Just me. But you know, I want to make sure we protect that idea of doing everything we can to protect the possibility of picking those vehicles up later as we move through this process. Okay?
I agree with you, Mike, and I guess, you know, our priority right now is to help support our business, or small business right now, with it putting on hold, but we have the power to take that money out of a fund balance, out of our fund balance and capital to continue these projects in the future to see where we go. I totally agree. I know it generates revenue. I know the program, but at this point right now, I think I agree with what you're saying. We need to stay focused on it for the future, near future.
and Mr. Mayor, members of council, I just real quick, Tracy Quick just was texted in, so I want to speak for her real quick. And she just says, can I please comment that we as merchants aren't looking a number of years down the road. We are looking at holding on for 6 months or less. We appreciate the big picture. We are living the small picture.
Thank you, Tracy.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and I would also agree with Sarah's argument that every one of those business people out there are providers too, and that's important to remember too.
Mayor, I thought I heard a motion in a second for the 150, but
No.
I want to make sure that, no?
We're just discussing, but we're waiting for any further discussion, and then we'll open it up for a motion.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I really would like to make sure that we do something with the criteria for those people that fall under the independent contractor, that as long as they're working under a business license, I think that's a fair thing. And then the 10 full-time employee thing, just want to make sure we don't drop that one either.
And
I did see that, actually. I saw that in here. It says that nonprofits.
It says nonprofits and
independent
contractors.
Yeah,
We had-
and independent contractors are both listed in here.
And-
So how
and-
are you classified as an independent contractor? Is that how you, so that
And-
would handle that?
And so if, Mr. Mayor, if you're ready, I can go through some recommended changes based on the meeting that we're recommending from staff, but I don't know if.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if I could, I just want to point out that I think this council is transparent in every aspect that we possibly can be. I think that there has been we have a serious problem in making sure that we toot our own horn, if you will, and making sure we get that information out to the public. I think that's where this communication barrier lies, is that, I mean, I've sat up here many times now and said we need to be out there and we need to be sharing as much as we can, and I think that this shows it, that we need to be out there, we need to be in the paper, we need to be active and showing those things. And so I'm hoping that city staff and mayor, if you will, if city staff and Paul will get better at sharing that information, as well as myself personally. I will make it a personal goal of myself to make sure that I share as much as I can to business owners and the public.
We want to work together. We're all partners.
Yes.
Mayor,
Stacy, yes.
can I just speak real quick?
You bet.
That's exactly what I was getting up to say, was that it wasn't so much that we are here where we're at today, but it was about the fact that I know that you guys are almost basically volunteering your time up there right now, because the amount of pay that you get is, I get that. So a lot of us at home don't realize how much time and effort is put into what you do, and how going in and looking at the agenda every week and watching or coming, it's time consuming, but I mean, that's selfish on our part, and I realized that a long time ago. I personally believe that if there was communication as it was happening in another way, so, you know, having to search for the agenda or having to find out something, I think is what is a little upsetting to some people, I guess. I think if there was a little bit more communication, because I'll tell you right now, the last thing I want is for a cop car to break down. That's the last thing I want. I don't want the fire department to not be able to do their job. That's never, ever been something that any of us in this room has ever wanted at all. I'm speaking for myself, but I've spoken to a lot of people in this room, and I believe I'm speaking for everyone, we respect everything they do for us every day. I hear them all the time. And honestly, a lot of the fire crew works out at my gym, and I know how much work they do. They go on every single call. I mean, every single call. I want them to be completely funded and to have everything they need. And if the council was sitting there in June and making a decision, and we were sitting in the room and they were saying to us, we cannot function at the level that we need to function at because we don't have what we need, because our tax revenues or whatever is not paying for it, we've all would have sat in the room and said, great, let's figure this out. Let's figure this out as a community. And I think that's all we need to do here. I think it's just the communication, like Jesse said, in the end. And then just real quick about the eligibility requirements. I know that, I don't know if those have to be decided upon today, but if they do, I really, really, really want you guys to consider the minimums and the maximums, maybe based on a tiered basis of need, because there is people in the room that $2,500 or the business community as a whole, $2,500 really, unfortunately, doesn't do much, but there's some people it would do amazing for. So I think there is a need basis to consider, and I don't know how that can be done. And then the amount of employees, if it can just get changed to 20 or changed to in a different way, I think that does need to be considered, and I don't know if that has to be decided upon today, but I do want you guys to consider that if it is something that you do have to decide today.
Yeah, Stacy, the agenda items just to figure out
Okay.
the amount, and we
Okay.
still have we can still work out
Okay,
the
great.
details on the assessment on it.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, I do hope to have a motion that covers the the details, because we are approving going, as soon as we get done with this, we're going to local first and starting the process. So if it's okay with the council right now.
Thank you.
I'd like to share some of the modifications we're requesting for the criteria.
Freddy, you got a question?
Yeah, before we go there, I just, so we've, talked about some dollar figures and percentages, and I think we're all on board where we said we would have a launching point, a launching number. So if we move the dial from the 10% to 17%, my question is, what does that do to our launching point? What does that do to further funding, or are we maxing out based on the numbers that you're crunching?
Matching out, well, I'm sorry, Freddie, I don't.
Are we maxing out the amounts that we're going to be able to fund? Because we had talked about a launching number, a starting point. But now the conversation has migrated to a greater amount. So if we agree with that greater amount, is that still going to be our launching point and considerations for further funding down the road? Because, I mean, obviously, we've got to really look hard and deep into our budget, right? If we're going to, if the discussion is to hold, or what was your comment?
Freeze, council freeze.
Freeze some of these apparatuses that we've already budgeted for. What's the next criteria for how much we can actually do without putting ourselves in a situation where we're starting to affect the service to the greater good of our community?
I think Freddie, by freezing those, I think they're just on hold. And those were in our capital budget anyway, but tell me if I'm right, that those are still on contingency capital funding. It's still in our funding, contingency funds.
No, we budgeted them to be purchased out of the money that was freed up from AZ Cares.
Yes, but if we didn't have that,
If we didn't have that, we would have to pull from fund balance to fund them.
So we'd still have to, just
Yeah.
if we didn't have it.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I could answer to that point, I think that what you were saying is this the max out, or is this the starting launch point? Like 50,000 would have been the starting launch point, and then coming back and renewing it.
Right.
And in talking about that, I think that most grants that we've seen in the state is a first come first served basis off of need, but I don't know how this plays out, and so I think that if what what you have said and what other council members have said, if more funding was to come down to us, I think I'd be in favor of seeing this bringing it back again. But as this money is allocated currently, I think that this is what this council hopefully
Right. No, I understand it. And if more funding is somehow lands, then we're talking another ballgame, right?
Sure.
Or extra innings.
Sure.
But I wasn't thinking about additional funding because obviously it's not here. So
yeah.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, kind of to where you're going, because I was starting with 2 weeks ago 50,000, but I knew we'd have to come back. I ran some quick numbers. I counted up there were 63 businesses represented in the signatures coming forward. If each one of those were to receive $2,500, that'd be $157,000 and 500. So I think that this is a number that's the 150 is a good number that is likely to cover the need as expressed at the 2,500 level. I know McSpadden's on there, and I think McSpadden and Dairy Queen's on there. I think they've said they're not going to apply. But so I think we're in a right point where we're not going to go too much over this. I will say that we don't have the ability to go first come, first serve. We have to be very careful about that because now you have winners and losers, and we get into a gift clause issue. But I would hesitate to raise that 250 until we see the numbers come through. Or the numbers of applicants, and so we're going to have to watch the applicants and the process, but I think just thumbnail back of the napkin based on the signatures, I think 150 seems to line up pretty good with what we're looking at.
Okay. And I think with that number, we're not jeopardizing. We're still holding contingency money, especially for the unknown that we have. And the main thing is our public safety, that we provide them with a proper PPE with the virus going on. And, you know, I think the trucks can come back and the cars. You know, I think that's something we can make a decision on in the future.
And then I would, just to share, because everybody, I'm on the same page with a lot of comments already on the criteria. And just going through the criteria, we're leaving with brick and mortar within municipal boundaries. We are happy to go to, with seasonal businesses, not a problem, because a business is a business is a business. Seasonal or not, it's the same business license. We agree and recommend we go to 10 FTEs rather than 10 employees. And so if you had 2 full-time employees and and then you had 8 or 16 part-time employees, that would still equal the 10 FTEs.
Okay, but I have a question right there because this young lady doesn't have a business license because she works for
Oh,
Johnny.
I'll get there.
It does.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, no,
He's going through.
I'm just going through. We can come. So let me, and we can talk in a second here. We do say, like say, we are pulling out nonprofits, but independent contractors do apply, and what we will submit to Local First, that to us, the definition of independent contractor is anybody with their own TPT license, their own business name, and their own business license. Now, we don't require contractors like haircutters and exercise people to do a business license, but there's nothing that prohibits them from getting one from the city also. So I think some of the people that we saw at the town hall, they could come in, apply for a business license and do that.
Have to get the money.
Yes, they do have to get the money. They do have to get the money.
And they would have had
You
to
have to
prior.
spend the $50 to buy the business license.
Well, it right now it'd be prorated because,
Have to have done it prior to March 11th, correct?
no, well, no, I think, let me look real quick. So no, it says business operating in Globe, so that you were, I think,
It wouldn't be considered a business if they don't have a
yeah,
business.
so I think then we'll stipulate that contractors that want to apply, that will allow them to come in and and get that business license that they need to have to apply.
Why would we charge them $50 if we're trying to help them?
Well, I mean, that's council. If
It
you,
should be free.
Well, we're prorating them anyway. We're
I think
passing
we
that.
should talk
We're
before we
doing-
go.
We're gonna do a business license deduction also. Right. So that's on top of that. We're still doing a business license deduction still.
for people who were closed by the governor's orders.
Yep.
Which would be, I think, here.
Independent,
Yeah.
yeah, they were closed too, yeah.
Can,
Go ahead,
can-
Eric.
can you have more than one business license at a single address?
Let's see.
Because that would be the case.
Because you have more than one subcontractor.
No,
Yeah.
it's not by the address, it's by the business. So it says businesses are only permitted to submit one application. So a business, you
But what I'm saying is if Maritza goes to apply for a city business license and the address is the same as Dominion Cutting Co. because that's where she works,
But it has-
is that allowed?
if it has a different business name and a different TPT number, and they're separate.
You
So,
want them
but
to-
that's completely like changing business structure for businesses that are already in existence.
And you would have them go to the state to apply for a TPT license.
Well, no, I'm assuming that any business has a TPT license. Any contractor.
Hairdressers are not required to.
No, you don't.
Yeah, well, that's tax number, that's not TPT,
No.
okay.
That's not a T.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so that's a definition of a independent
My
contractor.
We're getting
Social
way into the
Security
weeds here. If
number.
we're just gonna,
Yeah.
I use my social security number for my business license and the city accepts it, so it must be okay.
but we are
Right.
leaving sole proprietorships and independent contractors.
It's a independent contractor,
Yeah, but here as it reads, that what you gave us here,
yes.
it states that eligible business types include sole proprietorships, corporations, nonprofits, independent contractors, partnerships, and LLCs.
Yes.
So you want to take out nonprofits, leave sole proprietorships, and independent contractors.
Right.
So then hairdressers would fall under sole proprietorships.
Okay.
And then they wouldn't have to then supply a business or TPT license because they're sole proprietors.
How can, well, no, I believe that a sole proprietorship means a tax license.
But I'm a sole proprietor and I've got a business license.
And the other option is see what, so here's the other option, is to allow them to apply that category of hair and exercise and make their case with First Things First. I'm sorry, Local First. And if they can determine a need, and then I think it fits the criteria, and we'll just carve out, instead of getting all into the weeds and complicated. So local, so contractors, not a independent contractor, but beauty contractors and fitness contractors have the ability, they will not get bumped out. They will be able to be considered with everybody else by Local First. And if they have a legitimate need, then they'll be considered as a needs base, and we leave
Even
it.
if they have a business license or not.
No, we'll just say they qualify to apply. Just those two separate, very narrow groups.
Okay.
Okay.
And so when these folks come into the city hall to get their business license.
They will need it.
No,
They will need one.
we're not going
They don't
to-
have to
No,
anymore.
if they are a contract, if they are a subcontractor.
I don't want y'all to have to pay. That's my point. I don't want anybody having to write a check.
Yeah. So it'd be beauty contractors that work for beauticians, and fitness.
And that's a difficult subject because the three cities I've talked to, Maricopa, Saharita, and Florence, they do not allow their independent contractors to do that. They have, the person that applies for the funding has to have a business license. They have to have a city business license. Those are the three that I talked to. That's the way they did their CARES funding. So I don't know. We'll talk to them and see if we can change that.
I think just right now, to get us over this hump, just doing carving out and allowing them to, letting First Things First that they qualify to apply, and let her determine the need. Let them determine the need. What else do I have on there? Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. So the only other thing I was going to say, that we had a discussion about being disqualified for having taken money from somewhere else.
Not disqualified, but I think that the eligibility needs to show that what other help have you received?
And that has not been our criteria right now. I'd be happy to add that.
I don't think it needs to disqualify them, but if somebody has gotten
And now, so on that, I'm going to leave it to let First
leave it
Things,
to Local
First do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Yeah.
But it doesn't toss you out.
No.
It just lowers your.
No, we're not. No. Right, that need needs to be, we need to defer the need judgment to Local First. The only thing I was gonna say is if we had gotten federal CARES Act, you can't give federal money on top of federal money. We can not require, we can give money to people who got federal money because our money is not federal anymore, it's local.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's, I just want to finish that. Okay, now I'm good.
We just want to keep it simple.
Yes, well.
Mayor?
Ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to ask, did you say nonprofits were not counted?
Nonprofits are not counted, are not eligible.
But we still have that grant fund that we could probably.
We do have
apply
the.
for.
We do have a grant funding, yeah.
Yes. It's
You
about
have
to come
to
out.
apply for it. There's nonprofit grant funding. You have to apply for it every year.
I think we have 15,000 available. Okay.
So maybe we can reach out to Pam.
Yes, we're.
Go ahead and have you do that, or Linda?
What's your name?
Pam.
Oh, I have it here.
And we're not eliminating this
down
to
there. I'll talk to her.
2,500. We're leaving this to Local First to figure out what need is.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
No, that's why we hired.
Yeah.
You have a comment?
Mayor,
Go ahead,
I'd just like
Fernando.
to say something real quick. So I guess to me, this money should be for people that really need it, right? Businesses that need this to survive. I was advised as a business owner that I better hurry up and jump on that federal money that was coming out and I just couldn't in good conscience do it because, I mean, I wasn't making as much money, but I wasn't going out of business. And so I didn't apply because I didn't feel like I needed it to make it. And I would just encourage all the businesses out there that if you're in a situation where you don't need this money, we would be able to give more money to those businesses that do, if they don't apply for it, if they don't need it.
I agree.
I have a comment. So I agree with you, Fernando, because I've never been so busy. If I wanted to work 6 days a week, I could, and I don't want to. But there are other people that are on the opposite end of the spectrum where they're busy. So we just have to be fair, and the ones of us that don't need to apply don't do it.
If we were only to receive 30 applications, we could give them $5,000 each and make a difference in somebody's business. We really
Right.
could.
It's going to be, and it gives us that float. But, and just to correct one thing that Councilman Leatham said, we're not intending to do a first come, first serve. We're going to have a window that people apply, and then we're going to fund everyone who applies, and that will fluctuate based on the magnitude of the number of applications.
We got to get the word out.
Yeah.
I got a text from a lady the other day that said, I do not do Facebook. I have signed up on the city's email a dozen times. I never get an email. So we got to do something better.
I hope you, I mean, you're setting us up for being responsible if they don't find out. We will do our best to make this, we will do our best to make this available, but some people are going to miss it. We have to realize that we can't get to every person in Globe and knock on their door and make them know about this. We will do our best to let everyone know, but please, there will be, at the end of the day, somebody's going to come and say, I didn't know about it, and we have to realize that.
But like I just said, we need to get better at it.
Yeah, no, I'm fine there.
And we have our partners with it. We have our partners out.
Oh, and we did have
People that
a
signed it.
volunteer, I
Get the
think.
word out to these people.
Yeah.
Get it out.
Yeah.
They're here. They
Yeah.
want to do the work.
Yeah. They're,
Help us out.
Didn't you say you would spread the word?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think, didn't you say during the town hall that you'd be more than happy to spread the word? It was either
He
you
did.
or Eric.
Oh, Matt Storms has been, a lot of these folks have, yeah.
So help us out.
So, yeah, we need your help as well.
Right.
So, if there's no other comments, I'd like to make a motion to go.
well, and when you're ready, there's some technical language I need to put in the motion.
Well, I'm going to say the criteria changes that you made.
Okay.
Starting point.
Okay, so
of 150K.
the starting point is 100, that we will designate, and I'm going to read this in, we will move 150,000 into budget line item 10-55-54100 COVID business support program. 50 of that will come from the combined Public Works, the 40,000 will come from that. Let me just put it this way.
Do we have?
50,000 will come from the money that we've already put forward from Public Works, and 100,000 will come from the Type 3 truck money was allocated there. Secondly, we're going to put $259,253.15 into 10-55-54150 COVID repayment fund, and that is the fund that's going to hold the money that we've already spent, although that's gone up to 300,000, and that will come from portions of the Type 3 and portions of the police vehicles, and then the remainder will be a 100,000 023 and 85 cents. They'll go into the COVID recovery fund, 10-5054100 COVID recovery fund, and that's the remainder of the money cleared from the vehicles. But it leaves 141,000 in to pay for the PD vehicles that have been ordered. And so no money is touched from anything other than the Type 3, the 3 vehicles, and the Public Works that we already talked about touching.
Second.
Okay.
And the changes spoke about in the criteria.
Criteria, that needs to be added in there. Okay, we have motion and second for approval of the motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed.
Thank
Thank
you.
you thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Work with us. We'll get it out. Thank you.
So we will have, Mr. Mayor, members of council, the audience will have 150,000 that will invest with Local First to do the distribution, and we'll get on the phone and sign a contract with her very quickly, with Kimber.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, Freddie.
So, since we've reached this point, I would really encourage everybody to start learning the process so that we can start getting these funds distributed as soon as possible.
To add to that, Mayor, through you, what is that window
Well, I'm sorry,
for the applications?
we haven't determined that. It's gonna,
It's Arizona
yeah, they normally do a 7-day window. We do like a 2-week run, 1 to 2 week run up and a 7-day window for applying. And we'll go with their recommendations.
We have a lot of work to do, and
Yeah.
I think I heard you, Don, say he'd go around town with a great big box a great big yellow box with red writing that says, "Please apply at the city." Didn't you say that?
You make it, I'll wear it.
I'll make it. Oh, you know it.
I think, Mike, we don't have 7 days from now. We have, once the
No.
application goes live,
Yeah.
they'll have 7 days to.
And we'll have a notification period, so we'll get the notification out, say, here are the details, and so everybody can get ready, and then they gotta build the website, then they'll open the website and have 7 days to post.
All right. We're good.
And-
Thank you very much. Rich? What is it? Once they start it, so.
Yeah.
Good.
From start time to disbursement?
So before the first of the year?
Okay.
Yeah, we've been talking about 2 weeks and I think in 2 weeks you'll see the posting, and the third week you'll see the actual site open. And then we'll see what the applications come to.
All right, all right.
Okay.
Let's pray they pass another stimulus bill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we're done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is discussion and consideration to designate 4 additional holiday vacation days from December 28th through December 31st, 2020 for city staff, and to authorize the allocation of 4 additional accrued floating hauls to all public safety employees assigned to shifts.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, we got everybody together and looked at this. We are proposing that, I'm pulling up calendar here, that it'll be a new, for this one time in 2020, the remaining lingering days of 2020, there'll be a city holiday for the 28th, 29th, 30th, and 31st. And so, normal city operations will be shut down, and normal people who normally come to work will have those vacation days. Their shift work, which is the people who have to cover a shift, fire and police do not have that option. They will be offered those 4 days in vacation. We do not have the funding available to buy out those vacation days and pay them off. But in talking to the police chief and the fire chief, they still would benefit and are happy to receive that option to have that time off that they'll have the whole year to use. And so they will be able, and that'll be less, that'll spread it out over the budget and when they do take that time off. But to write a check for that at this point would not be feasible. And so that, but they're still happy, and we offered to say, well, if we can't write a check, we won't do it, but both police and fire say, no, we'd be happy with the vacation days.
Mr. Mayor, good. The first is a holiday, yes? Considered a holiday?
Right, the Friday.
So it would be 7 complete days off.
I think
It'd be like 9.
These are holiday, no, they're not.
They would have from the 25th to the 4th off.
25th is on a Friday.
That's
Yep.
Friday, so Saturday, Sunday's 26th,
Yep.
7th.
So the last day of,
10 days off?
The last day of work, I think it's 9. The last day of work for a city employee would be the 24th, and they would not come back till the 4th. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 10 days in a row.
And you're proposing only giving public safety 4 holiday days?
Correct.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, Council. In discussing, that coincides with the work week. So it basically just takes the work week where we normally would be here, the 4 days we would be here, and accounts for that work week. And the other days are weekends. So it does account for each employee's work week. The same as those of us in admin positions or others that would have the week off. It fits the same criteria.
So Mayor, through you, bottom line is the officers are happy with it. The firefighters are happy with that decision, correct?
I'm going to say both the Gary is it's part of their work week, so it's the non-essential personnel that are on shift work would just take the days off like everybody else would. Shift work employees, it covers their whole week, so they're reaping the full benefit of it, and they'll just get to utilize it when tied up permits.
And they're happy with
Yes.
So in essence, it's like a floating holiday for them.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
that. Really no argument.
Hmm.
What does it do to us here at City Hall? Do we see any influx in that time that people need things done exponentially if they come in for business permit or something like that?
The courts won't be open, and so people there, and it's been very slow, so not been a lot of court. We're not turning people off yet, so we won't have a problem with people not being able to pay the bill and getting turned off. I'll tell you that a lot of people take vacation time during this time because it is so slow. A lot of staff, and staff is not the most productive through these 4 days anyway. So it seems like a sweet point. I think everybody's been through so much that having that long stretch of time off for those who can, a little bit of a refresher. But I think you can have the lowest impact on city services being provided than any other time in the year. So if you're going to do that, this is the time to do it. Many other cities already do that. We don't do 410s, and many cities already take that time period off. But we'll have an emergency number. We'll have there'll be people on call if something happens. We'll and let people know ahead of time because we can now tell people if council chooses to approve it.
So I have to say this. So I've personally heard from 17 businesses and about a dozen clients and/or residents. They are in opposition to this, and their comments are everything from "we have been out of work for months" to "we are struggling" to "I had to sell my car because I was 3 months behind" to "I went to the food bank and they were out." It's another point of view.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm sorry.
We're on 8B.
8B.
We're on 8B, yes. Oh, yeah, she just brought up on the same subject right now. Yeah, she did bring it up on the same, that was associated with that subject.
This doesn't cost us anything to do this. I mean, it's just straight process. I mean, what are we saving for not having the Christmas party?
Right. What we're looking to do with what I am looking to do, and I haven't had a chance to run this by Jeannie, but I think the numbers will work out, is we have the ability for those people who work between 5 on Christmas Eve and midnight on Christmas Day, only those people who are actually on shift, to take that money and use that to pay time and a half. And so instead of doing their normal salary, we'll pay them extra money only for those people who are scheduled to work and use that money to fund that. What that does, it allows a little bit of a benny for those people who are who draw short straw and get those hours. And if somebody is like, hey, I'm not doing anything on New Year's Eve, I'll swap your shift so I can get that 5,000. My intent is to administratively divvy that up to those fire, police, and if if the water dogs have to go out and pull a shift on Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, I think it's important that those people who give up their holiday and their loved ones directly that are working be given that time and a half, and they're still getting everything, all the other benefits, but it is a little bit of an incentive and a thank you from the city for being on that 30-hour shift of where everybody else is out doing family stuff. And so that's what I intend to use to pay for those that half. So if you're an hourly, it would be an additional half of their hourly salary that would be paid to them, and only people who actually work those shifts.
Is that just for these holidays, or is it for future holidays?
I think we'll work that into budget.
That's something we need to look at.
Yeah.
As a council, I think we need to have that a proposal on it to see the time and a half, because that's an additional cost.
Right, it is, but I have the 5,000 to play with, and it's a limited number of people.
Yeah, but if they're working on their holiday, they should be getting paid extra. I mean, they should be getting paid.
I totally agree.
That's standard.
People that work 8 to 5, 5 days a week, it's a different thing for police and fire. Police and fire have to work. They have to be there. They work 24, 48-hour shifts, 12-hour shifts.
Mr. Mayor,
They don't
members
have
of
a
council.
choice. You bet.
Oh, and can I ask Gary can explain this better, I think. So.
Can see right through the mask.
Yeah.
It is something we had that discussion earlier this year on how do we make sure those individuals that whatever it is, if it's public works that are called out for that time period, if it's police and fire that are on shift, they are sacrificing time away from family. This year, I know just on my own for the fire department, we have one shift that works Christmas Eve and Christmas Day both. That's just the way their shift schedule fell this year. It would be nice, for a future budget discussion to sit and look at, how do we at least recognize those individuals for that time away, and the time that they spend during those holidays to make sure that the services that are needed are there. I think that's a fairly common practice in doing some research on how those holidays are handled and stuff, and we pulled several things and looked at it. It wasn't part of, we didn't get it in time for the budget discussion, but I think it is a good budget item going forward on how we accommodate that.
Okay.
I'm good.
I move that we,
Oh,
okay, that's all right.
Second.
Gotta do it over.
oh my God.
You didn't have your mic on? Oh, my gosh.
Gonna put a chip on you.
Yeah.
We have a motion and a second for approval of item 8B. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed.
Sorry about that, Dan.
Late agenda items, anybody?
No, we
any
have
late?
none. We're gonna weld the off button on that.
Second call to the public. Do we have anybody?
Let me check real quick and see if there's any. I'm trying to cover 3 phones up here and 2 emails, and let me see.
Doing it.
No, it looks like
Good.
we're okay. I see no additional comments from anyone.
Future agenda items, anybody have any to bring up?
No.
Vote to go into E-session?
No.
No.
Meeting to adjourn, I mean, a motion to adjourn.
Motion made.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Meeting adjourned.
Good job, guys.
See you, Fernando.